got a few moments to change our mind. It just sound like an arcade. Let's cut that out. Wrong man. What's that? Wait a minute, man. I think I'm in the wrong place. I must be. I think I'm in the wrong place. Because this ain't the assembly that I know. Don't hold your breath. I've been waiting on the Sabbath. Okay, guys. So make sure you turn your phones on silence, okay? All right. So, Most High in Christ bless your body.
Most High in Christ bless you too.
Okay. So happy Sabbath.
Happy Sabbath to you too.
All right. So all praises, Israel, to the Most High for giving us the spirit to come here and fellowship, keep His commandments, and learn what His will is. So all praises to the Most High for that, giving us His spirit. So we're gonna definitely start our Passover lesson, and we are going to. Well, I'm gonna cut out a part of the lesson that we normally traditionally go over every year because it's if you've learned it, I hope you got it. If you didn't learn it, then maybe you have to go and get it from some of the other lessons prior years. We normally go from the creation of the seed, from Genesis, because that's where this whole thing started. And what we got to understand, when Adam did what he did, that's then was decreed everything that's happening now. So Adam had never sinned, there would have never been a Passover. But Omega, he already knew through evolution how things would be. And we used to go through all of that so that everybody could understand. Um, so let's see. Let's go to the book of Exodus. So we'll start in Exodus, the first chapter. And one of the reasons why we want to move on along is because now keeping the Passover through Christ, Yahweh Shai, is significantly different than how the Passover was kept through Moses. And so I initially wanted to do it in reverse because the time is upon us, and I'm getting wind of people wanting to take leaven out of their house when that was a shadow of the fourth thing that was to come. Instead of leaven out of your house, because it doesn't, when you really think about it, is leaven really a sin? The answer is no. But leaven was the example that the Most High used on what it does. It extends, it blows, and it changes the bread from a cracker to bread. All right. So uh, through Christ, the Most High taught us to take the leaven up out of us. All right. And so we're going to need to get to that part in the next few lessons so that we all can be edified. Because typically, this congregation knows that. And so when that come at the end of the lesson, and then the day of Passover is the next day, you already know that. But what about all the people that mentally destroy themselves and toss food out? Now, I'm not speaking from a point to where, hey, Shalom Shabbat. I'm not speaking from a point to where I haven't did that, because trust and believe, I've did that, taking all the leaven out of my house and ate whatever it is I could and what was still good, left that into the trunk of the car until all the days were over, ducking and dodging yeast products and reading labels and this, that, and the third. So you can truly only understand something when you have done it. So I'm not speaking from a point to where, oh, I've never done that and I don't want to do it. I see according to the scriptures. And so, like I said, we'll get to that. That ain't going to happen today. But I want to start tossing and throwing it out there so that if you are at the edge of your seat, then you can follow along through the lesson and then allow the scriptures to prove itself. All right. But, we are going to start in the book of Exodus, where Israel went down, into Egypt, and the Most High is going to redeem them about by Moses. All right. So we'll start at Exodus 1:1. So go ahead and start that.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 1 and verse 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah; Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin; Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was already in Egypt. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly, and multiplied and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there rose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Okay, so stop right there. Let's kind of examine these first 10 precepts. So Israel and his sons and everybody that came were 70 souls. Joseph was already there. When you get to verse 7, it says the children of Israel were fruitful, so they took on wives. They began to increase abundantly. What you see today a lot of black on black crime. I don't want to say that it didn't exist. I'm saying that it wasn't effectively. Most people haven't seen an environment that people are not victimizing themselves. Like the youngsters, you 30 and under, maybe even 35 and under. You haven't seen an environment to where people are just self-inflicting themselves, victimizing themselves. The street should be full of people. So when the scriptures say abundantly, oh man, yeah, it's a lot. It was always a lot of us. The average household, just here in America, the average household was 10 to 15. Now, because of the lust of the flesh, you got women don't want to have children. A woman having one child, a woman having two child. I come from a family of 10. Who else come from a large family? Raise your hand. How many? 10. How many of y'all? 10 of y'all? Okay. That was minimum. Do you hear me? I'm telling you, that's minimum. Oh yeah. 10 was minimum. 10 was like a family of one. Look at y'all bucking y'all eyes. We're gonna have all them kids. So when the scriptures say Israel was abundantly and multiplied, they was oppressive. Yeah. Saying wax exceeding mighty. So you see all this. You see all this talent. Somebody said it was only 5 of us, but cousins was always in the crib with us. Okay. Yeah, you wanted them to go home. At least your mother and them did. Well, what y'all go home? You know, drinking the Kool-Aid up, leaving the thing on the counter, or leaving a swig in the container in the refrigerator. You know. But so it was a lot. It says the land was filled with them. There arose a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, the people of the children of Israel were more and mightier than we. So even though he didn't know Joseph and he rose up, he still was able to differentiate between Israel and the Egyptians. And through envy, because the Israelites are always the strongest people in the world. It's hard to see and know it because they don't give us the type of exposure that they do, the limelight, you know. But we're always stronger and mightier in everything that the Most High created. All right. But then it says, "Come, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply." So the same thing is happening now. We're being dealt with very wisely. Just why a lot of people, they got contraceptives, the morning after, birth control, abortion. That's their way of dealing very wisely with you to keep you. And sometimes people, in your mind, you might feel, well, this works to my benefit. Contraceptive, morning after, abortion. If you commit whoredom, in your mind, that's working to your benefit. The Most High is still going to judge you, regardless. So they wanted to destroy us. Now listen, this is another point that always called me. And it come to pass that when there fallen out any war, so not with the children of Israel, with somebody else, they join also with our enemies. What would make the enemy of your enemy be your friend? being mistreated. So the ancient Egyptians knew that they were treating our foreparents, the ancient Israelites. They knew that they were mistreating them. So don't think for 1 second that the people today don't see the same thing, that if war break out or when it does, that you will be on the side of the people that fight against them because of the mistreatment of black and brown people. Don't think that they ain't thinking that in their head, man. They is thinking that. Why wouldn't you? Because you would be looking like somebody finally getting him. Look at him. Good. Yeah, go ahead, tie him up. Yeah, go ahead, blow that up. Turn that down. We don't benefit from it. We don't ride in those golden chariots. We don't stand in those high-rise buildings. Our houses don't have pools in the back. It's got a damn puddle. You know what I'm saying? It's got a puddle. We ain't benefiting from none of that. So they dealing wisely with you now before that even happened. Why you think we're constantly getting sick? Why you think we constantly getting fired and rehired? Why you think you got to work at the temp service? Bro, like, yeah, I work at the temp service. You know, why do you think they constantly target your spirit, target your mind? They trying to deal wisely with you to discourage you, to deplete your energy, the strength, God-given strength that the most I give to you, they want to deplete that. They want to take all of it away. They're going to deal wisely with you every way they can. You see? So you got to be on the up and up with that. And that's why when you serve the Most High, you have to be sincere. And you got to open up your eyes and open up your ears. It's high time to awake out of sleep. You got to stop justifying these people like, oh, they won't do this to me. Oh, they can't do that. While they standing on people's necks. While they giving people, you know, high numbers of years for minimum transgressions. People, they know this person ignorant. You're going to give them all of this time for something that they did wrong and they ignorant in it. You could tell somebody that's unlearned, they ignorant, or some drove them to do something that they typically wouldn't do in a regular, sober state of mind, 65 years. 2 life sentences. And I ain't talking about for murder. This was, you know, bogus things. It says they join also to our enemies and fight against us. And so, this is it. And so get them what? Out of the land. So no matter how much they treat you bad, they don't want to get rid of you. They didn't want to do it then. The ancient Egyptians didn't want to do it then. The modern day Egyptians, no matter how much they mistreat you, no matter how much they hate you, they don't want to get you up out of the land. Let me tell you why. Because who gonna take care of them stores? Mm-hmm. Who gonna do that? Who gonna run those shops? Those machineries? Who's gonna drive those trucks? The things that we take integrity and we're so proud to have this job. I got a good job. Yeah, they like it that's how you feel about it. Keep liking it. With the promises of a promotion, a raise, etc., etc. Y'all know it. Now they don't ever want you to leave. Okay. Why do you think the thing that they call reparations, they haven't did anything to try and make some type of amends so that you can stop living below poverty? If they did that, if they did give reparations, you know what they'd have to do then? They'd have to change the cost of living up so that you can end right back in the situation that you in. Because what would happen, think wisely, what would happen if they gave you reparations, if they gave each household without discrimination, let's just pick a number. Even though if you know me, you know what it'd be be right for me. You know what I'm saying? But the common person, what would you say? Just throw it out there, James. Oh man, you sold yourself cheap. Damn. So I was thinking like 25 million. But that's the average person out there that don't know nothing. Me, oh no, they'll block the channel. If I straight tell you what it's gonna take, you gonna block the channel. Shit. But for somebody walking up and down the street that don't know no better, they'll take $25 million every house. And don't flex, don't change the economy. You know what they'll be afraid of? You moving right next to their ass. So that's why they never would do that. They would never give you nothing to pull you up out of the situation, because then they would have to do it for the rednecks. But the rednecks ain't got nothing come. They already got the silver spoon and a golden bowl. But then they give it to you, the ex-slave, so-called ex-slave, you're gonna be moving in down the street. Yeah, then on top of that, untaxed, hey, you be moving in down the street from them. Hey, nah, they'll mess their world up. They'll be like, there goes Earth. When the Earth been gone, you been tore it up when you took over. Not, So verse 11. So this is going to describe why we have so much hard times at work. Verse 11.
Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens.
Right, bosses, supervisors, the ones that do the most. How many of you got bosses that do the most? Look at that, it's everybody in here. Almost everybody in here. Supervisor, boss that do the most. Do stuff, to have you doing stuff is foolish, it's unnecessary, right? Look at the murmurs. You talking about what their job is to afflict you in the burden. So that was counseled on, saying, make sure that you give them hell. And the sad part about it is, there are people today that might not think that they were instructed to do that. They can be instructed to do it subliminally and not even really knowing. Yeah, make sure that such and such is doing his job. That's all it takes right there. That was real nice and polite right there. Now this person is going to be a super cop. And he ain't even the police at work. Now he's policing you. Yeah, I'm putting you in charge of this. So I just want to make sure that it's nice and sharp. I want to make sure it's done, because everybody got a job to do, right? Okay, so I'm just check in with you and make sure that everything is like it's supposed to be, right? Then that person got a star on their bags now. They're gonna be all on you. There go your affliction, right? There go your affliction right there. Y'all was buddies, y'all was cool until he got that verbal promotion. You were in charge. Now here comes your affliction. You got to make sure you do everything the way you're supposed to be doing it. Same things happening right here today. So Israel called hell with that. All right, go ahead.
And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of Israel.
So all the city treasures that was in Egypt, Israelites built those cities. They were exalted dynasty, Egyptian this and Egyptian that. Don't gloat over that by being proud. They enslaved us and forced us to do that. Worked. Okay, go ahead.
And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor.
So they wasn't proud of that. They made them to serve hard labor. So the Egyptians that's another melanated people, another dark-skinned race. All people are not the same people. Tears of the Sun, that's the movie. Did I? You watched it. You see all the villages that got slaughtered? Israelites, but they making it like those are Hamite Africans. No, they were killing us.
Right.
And then you can tell the ones that escaped, he had to went on, he brought it out and say, I'm an Israelite, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So Judah, is that the one you was talking about?
No, it was
Something else.
Colin.
Okay, Colin.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's how they felt about us. If you see that movie, Tears of the Sun, those villages of colored people, Hebrews, and the Egyptians went through killing them. They hated us. All right. They made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick and in all manner of service of the field. So we built roads, we built buildings, all kind of stuff. All right. And all their service, wherein they made them serve, was with rigor. Let's look up the word rigor. Okay. This is a sudden feeling of cold with shivering accompanied with the rising temperature. No, not that. Um, the quality of being extremely thorough, exhaustive, or accurate, severity or strictness, demanding, difficult, extreme conditions. All right. So that's how they were. It's the same way today. Exhaustive, strictness, severe towards you, right? Hard. In other words, hard towards you, difficult, extreme, demanding, extreme conditions. All right. I've been dealt with like that. That's why every chance when I was working up under somebody, I would just do the work and not be friendly with them. Don't go to work being trying, I'm the boss. You his talk buddy. You talking to him, you're friendly with him. I'm not saying not to have to socialize, but don't go over and beyond spreading your business, talking about what you got going on at home and what you got going on at church and what you got this and that. Leave all the small talk alone. Hey, what'd you have for dinner last night, Billy? It's him talking to you, Billy. That's spaghetti, man. It's all right. It's this and that, spaghetti and burgers or whatever. But don't just keep running it on. What are you gonna do this weekend? They try and bait you into conversations. You're not keeping St. Patrick's Day. They try to find out different stuff about you. Just leave all of that. Don't go into telling your business. All right. You do that, you open up a room for them to disrespect you. Don't take any form of leniency for comfort. Sit down when you're supposed to sit down, get up when you're supposed to get up. That's how I always did. I never really had any issues. I could see the bait coming a mile away. And then once you do get up, start rocking and rolling, putting them to shame. They used to tell me to stop because they're gonna expect all of us to work like that. When I was just working, because I knew that I had to be a standout. But they like that, man. So be careful while you out there. And all right, brother, be careful while you out there. You have to work under people like that. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't cut no corners. Be sharp. Be the light. You understand? So hold yourself accountable to yourself, to what's right. You know what's right, and just do what's right. Do everything and on a professional level. Seek out the best and want to learn from them. And if they don't want to give it to you, take it anyway by using your ears and do it that way. and then you'll have it. All right. So, verse 15, start there.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shapira, and the name of the other Pua. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
Right. So you said they started off way back then killing our men. Yeah, right there we are target at the womb. Coming out, the birth canal. If it's a male, slay it. These people are merciless, not merciful. Stop expecting people to be merciful to you as a black man. You understand? Because they not. In order to have your eyes and ears open, you got to be sober. You cannot be under the influence of drugs and alcohol thinking that you know it all. You're going to get yourself destroyed. You can't hook up with the wrong person. You can't do none of that. This world, you got to use a strategy to live. And you got to walk strategically. You got to walk under the spirit of counsel and advice. Now that you know, there's no room for error, no room for mistakes. Excuse me. Why you think there are abortion clinics in our neighborhoods, but not in theirs? So all I could do is show it to you, man. When you see the office, when you do the office of a midwife, that's what a lot of sisters are doing now, becoming midwives, meaning they come in and they try and help you to have the baby at the house. You see them on the stools. If it be a son, you shall kill him. Meaning do something to destroy him. Do something. And remember, nobody's just going to let you kill their baby. So there has to be something some type of skill that they would know to kill the baby. Maybe through suffocation or something. Because the woman is right there in pain, coming, passing through labor. She's trusting you with her life and the life of the baby. So she's out of it. You know, sisters, that's why choose doctors well and have somebody there with you. Right. Have somebody there with you so that they can see what's going on. Because, hey, it's being done. All right. So verse 18, right? 17, okay.
But the midwives feared God and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty.
So I would safe to believe that the midwives, they were Israelites. And they didn't listen to the Egyptian because they did what? They feared the Most High. The Egyptians, they didn't really want to believe in the Most High. The ones doing before the time of this king here, they did because they heard about the stories. And if they were alive to see some of those things, well, no, I'm sorry, that ain't even happened yet. All right. So I'm just presumptively too quickly speaking. But yeah, so the Egyptians, they might not have even believed in the God of the Most High because they had their own idolatry gods, their idols and things like that. So these had to be Israelites. All right. So one thing about those women, they were saying that our women, they come really fast. The children just, come on out really without any without issue, the Most High was allowing that to happen too, opposed to those other women, the Egyptian women, was struggling. So just pick up where you left off at.
Verse 21. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses.
Right. What do you think about that he made them houses? The sisters, they feared the Most High, so the Lord made them houses. What do you think that means?
He dwells within them.
He dwells within them? Not so. But he could dwell in them. That's why they feared him. But why would he? What does it mean by he made them houses? Somebody else.
He used Israelite men to build them houses for them to have places to be.
What?
Where they can gather, something like that.
I don't want to say no, but somebody else.
Is it saying that he established them?
Right. Right. That he established. He established. Now, when you go through society, what's the ratio on single parents?
A lot.
And not only are they single, but they struggle, right? Right. So building them a house, the Most High established these sisters to where they wasn't, there was no struggle. You understand? It's not saying, oh, he built them a house from the ground up as a reward. They didn't have the struggle. The Lord, he looked after them. All right. So he looked after them. You know what is of a house? Let's just say the man, the woman, children, excuse me, stability. So I'm thinking more like that. Because what they did, they had regard for him and not for the king. They saved lives. So sisters, you want the Most High to build you a house, fear him, be obedient, put him first in your life, in everything. And then the rest are going to follow. You too. Most High will build you a house. A man to be your soulmates, people looking for, a best friend, a soulmate, a companion. Well, that's the house. Children, that's the house. Success from God, that's the house. But it comes with fearing the Most High as a woman. When you don't fear the Most High and you can break his laws and you be stubborn and rebellious, you're going to tear your house apart. You're going to break it down. It ain't going to stand. So that's just food for thought. That's all food for thought right there. Okay? So, go ahead and grab the water for me. Let's go ahead and continue.
Verse 22. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter shall ye save alive.
So if he charged all his people, that's a purge. He's telling them, if you see a baby, you can just go and take it and throw it into the river without being charged. Think about that. That's brutal. This ain't being taught in church. No, this ain't being taught in church. That the Egyptians that live on the continent of Africa did the Israelites, our parents, like this. Since they want to say how real the Bible is, it is real. So this is real too. and say, "You see a baby, every son that is born, you shall cast it into the river. But if you see the daughter, if it's a little girl, just let her live. Let the person continue to walk on past you." This was a decree. It just went further in the book of Esther that told you that it was sent out sealed with the king's ring, and it was sent to all the. It just went further in description, but this is the same thing. All right. So chapter 2 and 1, go ahead.
This is Exodus 2:1. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river banks. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's bank. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it.
So everybody know what's going on, that she's trying to save the baby. She's figuring that if it goes down the river, somebody would see it, and so he'd had a better chance of being attacked on sight, because she couldn't. 3 months old, you're going to begin to see characteristics that say this is a boy. So it's better than just him being killed on sight. She tries to do it that way. The whole time, though, look at who's overseeing her do it. That's the Most High. God is overseeing her. He knows that she's doing that. And he didn't send an angel to tell her not to do so, and to comfort her, and to save her from anguish, and save her from the distress that's going to come from all of that. Sometimes, Israel, even in things that seem to be a failure, the Most High is going to turn it to good. Now, nobody could just imagine them giving a child up. No sister in her, first baby. You don't know the feeling of it. I mean, while you carrying it, you attached to it, you caring for it. But man, when the child come out, it's a game changer now. That's bone of your bone, that's flesh of your flesh. You're like, man, this is me. I'm finna continue to see this through, especially when it look at you and the innocence of a child, never did anything to you. That's gonna be your only friend. You're like, man, you're the only person that ever did nothing to me. I love you. You're gonna love that child, but then to take it and I'm finna try and save you this way. She's not cold-hearted, but knowing this on sight, it would be taken and flung out into the river to drown. So she chose the less of the greater evil. The whole time, the Most High was there. And it was his plan the whole time. He might even put the thought into her head to do it. Because how else would he get somebody into the Pharaoh's house? So I'm just taking time out that sometimes when things seem to be bad, it can turn out for your good. Okay? So what, yeah, 7 now? Or 6? 6, go ahead.
Verse 6. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child away, and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter.
So she took the child back home. Right. And Pharaoh's daughter didn't even know it. So she takes the child back home and now treating the child, it's hers, right? It's hers. And I'm sure she treated him like it's hers and everything, would take him back and forth. So Pharaoh's daughter, sorry to say, was treating him like a pet. You got to remember, they hated us. But the daughter, the way that she was dealing was like the baby was a pet or something. Hey, keep this for me, and I'm gonna give you wages to do it. Like it's a project or something. All right. So he grew. She brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses. And she said, Because I drew him out of the water. All right, verse 11, go ahead.
And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren.
So how would he have known that those people were his brethren? Because the mom told him. Yeah, and the mom also told him, we got to play this game. You don't say this and you don't say that. You do this and you don't do that. Plus the spirit of the Most High being in him too, he was subject to his mother, and he went on alone to do what he had to do, to play the game of doing what he had to do, to go to Pharaoh's house and this, that, and the third. All right? So now when he's grown, look at all of this time that has went by, from 3 months old, being nursed, being weaned, learning how to walk, learning how to talk, to a grown man. That's a lot of work that was, put in from the mother, Moses' experience, etc., etc. That's a lot of work, man. And then him returning and him seeing his brothers, the Israelites, and she didn't raise him in the mindset of you an Egyptian. She raised him in the mindset that you were one of the Hebrews. All right, go ahead.
And looked on their burdens, and he spied an Egyptian smiting in Hebrew one of his brothers. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, Wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? And he said, Who made thee a prince and a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me, as thou killedest the Egyptian? And Moses feared and said, Surely this thing is known.
So they were ungrateful, huh? Right, he was protective.
Yeah.
But another thing, it also showed you that the Egyptians were aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they made us to work with rigor, here in verse, what was that? So he looked on their burdens in verse 11. So he looked at them as they were working, and he spied the Egyptians smiting the Hebrew while he was working. So the Egyptians smote the Hebrew while he was working. That constitutes slavery. You know how they would do it, right? Get back to work, right? So it was a situation like that, and Moses stood up for the brother and didn't hit him. But then the other two, they were ungrateful. All right, let's continue though.
Verse 15. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. Now Midian had 7 daughters, and they came in water and filled the troughs to water their flocks, their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, how is it that ye have come so soon today? And they said, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us and watered the flocks. And he said unto his daughters, and where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moses Zipporah his daughter. And she bare him a son, and called his name Gershom. For he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up unto God by the reason of the bondage. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And God loved the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them. Chapter 3 and 1. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, and looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burned. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, here am I. And he said, draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by the reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, under the place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites.
So stop. When you read verse 7, it says, I surely seen the affliction of my people that are in Egypt. It's the happening now. And I've heard, so one of the key components of the precept, and I've heard their cry. So Israel, we supposed to be praying unto God. We supposed to be crying out unto the Most High about the circumstances and the situations that we go through, that we live in. Okay? So that's Exodus 3 and 7. What is it?
Just to be clear, in Exodus 2, the maid of Pharaoh's daughter took care of Moses.
It was his sister.
Right. She was just a maid. You know, she wasn't like her personal. It was something that, so when Pharaoh's daughter found the child, the sister was walking down the bank to see what would happen to the child. You know, children are adventurous. So the sister, which is Miriam, she's walking down the bank to see. And when the child got caught up in bulrush, and Pharaoh's daughter didn't come out to wash herself, she's like, oh, I found a child. And so then that's when she gets approached by the child's sister. Why didn't you ask these questions when we was there?
I was trying to piece it together.
Okay. So she's just a girl. So the girl then asked Pharaoh's daughter, do you want me to find somebody to help take care of it? And she said, yeah. So in other words, she's like, I know just the person. So she took the child back home to the mom. And so then she made arrangements with the mom to, I'll give you wages to take care of him. And that's how that went. So it wasn't her personal maid that come out of the house. Now you understand?
Yes.
All right. So in Exodus 3:7, Israel, we got a lot of work to do.
Mm.
And I'm from what I'm seeing, the scriptures say the multitude of the wise is the welfare of the world.
Mm.
So the wise has got to come to a level of understanding to where we can then be beneficial and profitable to Israel. So we have to actually teach Israel that God sees their afflictions and cry unto him. We have to show them America. And the way that you show them America is not with insults or because you got to be careful. You know, a lot of them, many are deceived and serving lust. And so when you offend them, they close their eyes and they close their ears up. So you got to be really careful with how you deal with them. So the job is to get behind enemy lines. The enemy line is the spirits that's on them, that's trying to stop them. You know, the scriptures say when the gospel of the kingdom is sold, then come the wicked one and take it away that which was sown in his heart, right? So you got to be careful that as you speaking and teaching the scriptures, you could be saying something and abrasive, and then all of a sudden, Satan to be taking away what you planted and the seeds that you sowing because of how you deal with them. So I'm saying that to say is you got to get to a point to where you teach them how to deal with and tell them that the Most High sees the affliction. You understand? You see your people working hard. They're on the bus stop. They going to work. They just in the point of existence, like the bus stop holding them up. You know, they tired. They could be tired from the day before. They ain't even started the new shift yet. That's the rigor, right? Okay. It says, and I've heard their cry by reason of their taskmaster. So you have to teach them to send up prayers. Because Israel, they don't know the Most High. They don't know the God that you serving, the God that you praying to. They don't know how you worship. They don't know how you're thinking. Remember, the Christ said he's going to tell them what? I never knew you. So if he didn't know them by their actions, they didn't know him by their actions. So who are they praying to? Who are they talking to? What are they doing? They praying amiss. They don't know what they ought to pray for. A lot of them, they don't know what they're doing, even though they fully functioning adults. They don't know what's going on. But that's why you have to teach them what's going on. And one of the things that you have to teach them is, is that the Most High sees the affliction. the Most High sees the affliction, and you got to pray. You have to pray and teach them to start looking at the scriptures this way. Look at it like that. Look at it as it's written, and stop letting people tell you it's literal. It's spiritual. It's a spiritual meaning. In other words, it's symbolic. No, it means do this.
Right.
So we kind of understand.
Mhm.
So I believe it's Jeremiah. Go to the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah 2 and verse 6 to get to the point. Jeremiah 2 and 6.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 2. And verse 6. Neither say they, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits.
Right. So they're not asking for this God here that brought their foreparents up. Like we all know people that don't think that they the Israelites. Yeah, you know people that they don't think they Israelites. They don't know who they are. They just know that they got to go to work tomorrow. So instead of playing tug of war with them with that, like Paul said in Acts 17 to the unknown God, I declare unto you. Instead of going back and forth with them on this God and that God, or you don't know God, just talk about the Lord and talk about your affliction. The Most High God knows about your affliction. And you have to pray unto the Most High God in your affliction, about your affliction, because that's what got Israel delivered before. Right now, I mean, we know that it's going to happen, but we're trying to be instrumental in making it happen too, along with it. We're trying to play our part. So playing your part, Israel's got to see, according to the scriptures, that the affliction is being seen by the Most High, but they need to cry out. And that's what caused the Most High to do what he did. So here in Jeremiah 2 and 6, what do you think this is talking about? Where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of, neither say they, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness? Israel is not saying that. When you read the 7th verse, he's telling them, I brought you into a plentiful country to eat the fruit thereof and the goodness thereof. Then he's telling them what happened. But when you entered, you defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination, meaning you messed my place up. All right. The priest said not, where is the Lord? And they that handled the law knew me not. It's the same thing now. People that handle the law, they don't even know the Most High. They don't even deal with the laws. You got Israelites walking up and down the streets of North, Central, South America, in every state in the United States of the Americas and the Isles of the Sea, not keeping the laws of the Most High. They eat whatever it is that comes on their plate. They wear whatever it is that crosses their back. If they see something, this is free for the taking. We have become lawless because pastors and preachers and teachers do not keep the law. Neither have they taught the people about the Most High, to cry unto the Most High, to pray unto him and get it right. Go ahead.
Right, real quick to add to that point, right where we at, Micah chapter 2. To kind of go along with helping Israel to not only cry out to the Most High, this is also where we play a part in helping them to cry out. So it's Micah chapter 2 and verse 10. It says, so this is what we got to teach them so that they can cry out. It says, arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. So a lot of Israel they don't even know to cry out because right now they think America is what? It's the place to be. That's why what just came out and said they get up and all they thinking about what is going where? To work. And what is work gonna do? Give them money, and then give them money to do what? Continue to like wear what they give you, eat what they put out there, then what? Drive what they tell you to drive. So Israel, we don't even understand, or they don't even understand that this is straight captivity. It don't look like captivity. Right. So we got to teach them that this ain't our rest. We ain't supposed to be slaves. We ain't supposed to be working for the nations. Right. You know what I'm saying? We ain't supposed to be living only where they limit us to live when the earth was given to us. The best land. We ain't supposed to be in the ghetto. We created a name for the worst neighborhood, the ghetto. Instead of us having a choice of everything according to Deuteronomy 6 and Deuteronomy 8, now we just taking rags and saying we're going from rags to riches. Still were in the ghetto and in the slums. So we got to teach them that this is not our rest because it's polluted. It's destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Then it says, it shall destroy you. We got to teach them that the clothes they giving us mix, cross-dressing, the food is defiled, unlawful. You know, it's destroying us to the point to where it's making the Most High straight hate us. It says, even with a sword destruction. So to get them to even pray to the Most High and say words to God, we got to teach them that this ain't even where we're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Stop loving America and saying this is the life and this is the way we're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that at that point.
Right. Did you finish it? Because it is polluted, it shall destroy you. All right. So this is it's not our rest. So you have to use that to tell Israel that if Israel is, a lot of us, we are comfortable with oppression. We're comfortable with affliction. The scriptures say these great plagues we call what? Peace. This is horrible. So when we're running across this, I'm like, you brothers are the ones that's supposed to be telling them that, hey, pray unto the Most High. All right, let's go back though. No, Exodus.
Exodus chapter 3. And now we're in verse 9. Exodus chapter 3 and 9. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me. And I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them.
That's right. So that cry, once again, make sure you brothers and sisters are crying unto the Most High, complaining to the Most High about the jobs and how far it is. He sees all of that. He hears it all. Okay. Go to the book of Luke. I think it's Luke. Let's see. Luke 18. This teaches us to pray unto the Most High. This was one of the prayers. I don't use it much at all recently. Luke 18:1. He spake a parable unto them to this end, that men ought always to pray and not to faint, saying, there was in the city a judge which feared not Yahweh, neither regarded man. And there was a widow in that city, and she came unto him, saying, avenge me of mine adversary. And he would not for a while. But afterwards he said within himself, though I fear not Yahweh, nor regard man, yet because this widow troubleth me, I will avenge her, lest by her continual coming she worry me. So Christ is teaching this because he's saying, he's giving this parable of a woman that's going to a judge in the city. So I'm going to read that again, verse 4. He said that he would not for a while, but afterward he said within himself, so he thought about it. This is the judge, he thought about it. He said, though I fear not God, nor regard man, I don't give a dang what men say. Yet because this widow troubled me, I will avenge her, lest by her continual coming she worry me. So I'm gonna do something about it because she keeps coming. She's wearing the heck out of me. And the Lord said, hear what the unjust judge said. And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear along with them? So that's the last thing I said before we continue to move on. I said, okay, well, we know the truth. We need to be making sure that we're doing what? That we're praying. Because the parable is to teach us, if an unjust judge is saying that he's going to avenge somebody because this woman keeps coming to him. He said, did you not hear what the unjust judge said? Right. So he says, shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him? Though he bear along with them, I tell you, he will avenge them speedily. So yes. So we have a job to do too, right?
Right.
So pray about your issues, pray about your afflictions, complain about your jobs. Even though it appeared to be nothing that we could absolutely do anything about it, that's going to be on him to do something about it. He's going to hear those prayers. He's going to avenge us. Nevertheless, when the Son of Man comes, shall he find faith on the earth? He's going to find you doing the thing that he was saying to do. That's the faith right there, okay? All right, so let's go back to Exodus.
This is Exodus chapter 3, and now we're in verse 10. Come now therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said unto God, who am I, that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee, that I have sent thee when thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt. Ye shall serve God upon this mountain.
Right, so many of us feel like that in 11. Who am I that I should go into Pharaoh and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? Many of you feel that you're not equipped for that job. You're not equipped to be an example, or you're not equipped, or you don't know what you're doing. You're not righteous enough. You don't know enough. Well, you just keep surviving and keep living and keep repenting and keep applying, because the Lord is shaping you up. Because that's how Moses, he felt the same way. Eventually, he said something that the Lord didn't like. You know, because from the get-go, he started off, who am I to do this, that, and the third? So, you know, don't repeat those same faithless footsteps. You know, this is a day-by-day process. Every man and woman and child is going to grow to be what the Lord has got stored for you to be. You know, and it's going to take time, but it's not for you to bicker back and forth on how much you know. He already know how much you know. We go into some people that know very little. And even though they may appear to know something, they still know very little because they haven't applied.
Right.
And the only understanding and wisdom truly comes from applying. And they come from reading the book. You got scholars that read the book and they can quote things and tell you certain things of the book, but they have no experience with it. And if there's no experience with it, righteous experience to where you've overcome sin and temptation, then there's no true understanding of it. And that's the principal thing, understanding. Not puffed up knowledge. You quote the precept. Now it's puffed up. You puffed up. Not that. So don't worry about who you not. Change who you are. And who you shall be, that's going to fall into the hands of the Lord. He's going to make you who he needs you to be. And nobody here can foresee that. Only he can foresee that. Okay? So moving on.
Verse 13. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto him? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am.
Right, that's just a statement. I am that I am. That's where a lot of people get the higher, sure, higher from. I am that I am. Okay. But when he continues, go ahead.
And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you.
So in the Hebrew, it'll say, Yahweh have sent me unto you. Go ahead.
And God said moreover unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations.
So that's the name that the Most High wanted Israelites to have, the name of Yahweh. So a high, that was just him saying, I am, but then I am, that was a statement. So something else, when you read verse 15, it says, I'm just going to jump down to the middle. The Lord God of your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, sent me unto you. Remember, when he would meet with them, there wasn't going to be no Egyptians around. So there's a segregation right there. There was no Egyptians there when he would have the little meeting. Like we got a little meeting here. We got meeting and we sitting here and we talking about the Most High. We talking about laws, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Ham ain't there. And oftentimes people try and put anybody in the midst of these meetings that we have when it's not for them. This is for the Israelites. But oftentimes they want to talk about what happens to the other people. Where are they? I tell you what, why don't you go in their meetings and ask them where we at and what about us? You got it already. You got it in reverse. Think about it. Because they're not in their meetings, trying to pull us up from where we at. They're in their meetings trying to keep us down, trying to handle us a certain type of way. This is clear. Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and the God of Jacob, have sent me unto you. Not the God of Esau, not the God of Moab, not the God of Ishmael, not the God of none of those other established families. He's very specific right here. Verse 16, did you get that? Go ahead.
Go and gather the elders of Israel together.
Right. The elders of Israel together, not the elders of the Egyptians. He didn't say grab them too. All right, go ahead.
and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that these people, when he said that the Most High said, I've seen your afflictions and I'm going to bring you up out of there, do you think that these people will most likely want to deliver the Egyptians too? Then why are we trying to deliver the people that's afflicting us? Because of the way that because I mean, this is happening on a day-to-day thing. It kind of makes me think like maybe they did try to deliver the Egyptians too. Because eventually they turn back to him, huh? Or they wanted to turn back to him. Maybe they did. That's horrible though. Love your oppressor. He treats you any type of way. Like a man with a broken heart. A woman treat him any type of way and he still wants a woman. Baby, please. Like that Boys and Men song. That's the weakest song I've ever heard. Hey, baby, I knew you was out with that other guy. I just didn't care. Yeah, you just didn't know. I just didn't care. Just come back, baby. That is an all-time lost. He just buried every man. He just killed us with that. When you was out with that other guy, I didn't care. Like damn, bro. Cats like that will be trying to save these people. They wonder, well, what about them? Would you come on? All right. So Exodus 3:16, go and gather the elders of Israel together and say unto them, the Lord of your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you and seen what is done to you in Egypt. I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. Verse 18, go ahead.
And they shall hearken to thy voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel, unto the king of Egypt, and you shall say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews have met with us, and now let us go. We beseech thee 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go. No, not by a mighty hand.
Why didn't he want to let them go? Jeremiah. He said, Why wouldn't the king want to let them go?
So they can continue to serve him.
That's right. Okay, there you go. So they can continue to serve him. All right, go ahead.
Verse 19. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let them go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourn in her house, jewels of silver, jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians. Exodus chapter 4:1. And Moses answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, the Lord had not appeared unto thee. And the Lord said unto him, what is that in thine hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before it. And the Lord said unto Moses, put forth thine hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand, that they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob had appeared unto thee. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put now thine hand into thy bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
So that shows you that Moses was not a European, but he was a person of color. Because if he had been a European and he put his hand in his bosom and poured it out, then it wouldn't have been no color. It would have been the same. It's like, well, what is this? Yeah, it wouldn't have. Yeah. You know, you have some Edomites that their natural color is red and pinkish and stuff like that, but some will turn stale looking, like ashy white. You know, I don't know if what's up with that, but yeah, they'll just kind of be like kind of stale, palish looking, and not so much as on the reddish, but they'll look kind of, I don't want to say chalk white, but they'll just be looking, yeah, almost light grayish, super light grayish, off whitish. So all the movies that they make, you know, about Moses and him being that, what would they do with that scene? What do you say? It's like, just move on. Just move on. They want to have, like, I tell you to fast forward. We don't have a trick for that one. That one got redacted it out the screen. All right, so we're at verse 8.
Mhm.
All right.
And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, that thou shalt take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land. And the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And the Lord said unto him, who have made man's mouth? Or who maketh the deaf, the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses. And he said, is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee. And when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak unto him and put words in his mouth, and I will be with thy mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of a God. And thou shalt take this rod in thine hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs. And Moses went and returned to Jethro his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. And the Lord said unto Moses in Midian, Go, return into Egypt, for all the men are dead which sought thy life. And Moses took his wife and his sons, and set them upon an ass. And he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of God in his hand. Verse 21, And the Lord said unto Moses, When thou goest to return to Egypt, see that thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in thine hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let thee go. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto thee, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. And it came to pass by the way in the end, that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said, Surely a bloody husband art thou to me, so let him go. Then she said, A bloody husband thou art, because of the circumcision. And the Lord said unto Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moses. And he went and met him in the mount of God and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went and gathered together the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spake all the words which the Lord had spoken unto Moses, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed, and when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshiped. So now we're Exodus chapter 5 and verse 1. And afterward Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is the Lord that I shall obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, The God of the Hebrews had met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he shall fall upon us with pestilence or with sword. And the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks shall they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them, and ye shall not diminish aught thereof. For they be idle, therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let there more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein. and let them not regard vain words. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spake to the people, saying, Thus said Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where ye can find it. Let not all your work shall diminish. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today, as heretofore? Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? There is no straw given unto thy servants. And they say to us, Make brick. And behold, thy servants are beaten, but the fault is thine own people. But he said, Ye are idle, ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to the Lord. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case, after it was said, Ye shall not diminish from your bricks of your daily tasks. And they met Moses and Aaron and stood in the way as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, The Lord look upon you and judge, because ye have made our Savior to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hands to slay us. And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, Lord, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath done evil to this people. Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. So now it says Exodus chapter 6 and verse 1. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And God spake unto Moses and said unto him, I am the Lord. I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of God Almighty. But by my name, Yahweh, was I not known to them.
Okay, stop. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob knew the Most High by something else. And it was a dreadful name, like Al-Shapram, something pronounced like that. And it meant the dreadful God. It was like people thought that the Most High was like, people thought that the Most High was like a demon, because the Lord was so violent. They thought that the Lord was so violent before Jacob's time. Well, yeah, during the time of Abraham's foreparents back in, ancient days. But he said, but by my name, right there where you say it says Jehovah, it's pronounced Yahweh. The J and the V and the vowels, the E, the O, and the A's, they were inserted. Okay. When the Greeks translated the scriptures, or copied them, not so much as translated them, but copied them. So I stopped us there is because wanting to teach you the correct type of way, do not get into it with somebody over the name. Yeah, don't get into it with somebody over the name. Just take the path of least resistance. And that's the path that you know. You're being taught right. You got it right. Live with it. Keep moving. If they don't understand it, that's so fine. Just keep moving. Someday they will understand it. But for now, you just tell them this is not an argument that you got with me. And keep moving. Today we're using words Yahweh, Ahia, Yahuwah. Guess what? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they wasn't calling the Most High that. They was calling them something else. I appeared unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob by the name of God Almighty, but by my name, Yahweh, was I not known to them. So how we figure that that's going to save us? What's going to save us is the faith that leads to works. You're going to have to be a changed person, a changed individual. That's what you're going to have to be. If you change, then you have a chance. And I'll leave it at that. All right. Verse 4.
And I have also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, where they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgments.
Right. This is the same thing that Black America needs. So-called Black America. That's been labeled Black because you've been blacklisted and black banned and blacked out. Everything negative from Indian everything. So this is what we need to be rid of all these burdens here and of our bondage, and we need to be redeemed. So tell your people the way that our ancestors told their people during that time. This is what the Most High is speaking to Moses and telling Moses to tell Israelites. And this is now we're telling our people this. We need to. Go ahead.
Verse 8, and I will bring
verse 7, right?
Verse 7, and I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a God, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God, which bringeth you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you into the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it you for an heritage. I am the Lord. And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses, for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
So he said that Israel wasn't going to listen, right? Right. So it's going to be a lot of times to pay attention because I've given a lot of you assignments. It's going to be times to where, and I'm going to start working on the sister side too. I get reports, they not listening. That's okay. You're going to find some that do want to listen. So don't worry about the ones that don't want to listen. Keep moving. Don't be surprised that they not listening. There are some that hear the word and in the beginning with joy they receive it. But then afterwards, when it comes to, they face with change, they face with they have to do this, they got to do that, then they're going to change their mind. They're not going to want to hear it. It's the same thing. The sad part about it is the person that's doing the talking in Exodus 6 is the Lord. God spake unto Moses. Now that last part where it says they're not going to hear it, well, where was that at?
Verse 9.
Verse 9, Moses spake unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses. Now he said they were the Most High told them that they weren't going to hear it before he got there, right? Okay. Well, verse 9, Moses spake unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage.
4:1, but actually it's Moses said they want to eat of it. Right. Chapter 4.
It was Moses that said they weren't going to hear it. Okay, so let's not go backwards. Let's move forward. So Exodus 6 and 9. Think about this. Pay attention on this. It's a good precept. Moses spake unto the children of Israel, but they didn't listen because of anguish of spirit and cruel bondage. Tell me, when you see this today, why ain't the people listening? It says anguish of spirit and cruel bondage. Why ain't they listening? Why didn't they hear it? It says anguish of spirit and cruel bondage. Add to that. Think like them.
A lot of times people say they question the Lord because of the situations that they're being put in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Anybody want to add to that? Okay.
Like we speak to a lot of like homeless people, and they don't want to hear it because they be wanting something to change right there, or something. They feel like it ain't gonna change their situation immediately.
Yes, people don't believe in God because of the situation. They like it's hard to believe, in what you're saying. To them, this is mere words. To them, this is a stupid book. To them, this is the white man's book. To them, their spirit is so angry. Anguish means it's full of vexation. Their spirit is so angry. And the cruel bondage is stuff that they got to go through. They like, man, I ain't did nothing. Why would God take me through this? Why this, that, and third? And then you sitting here talking about some future tense that ain't gonna happen. Dude, that's real life, man. Sometimes we'll be out there and it's really hard to cut through to somebody. And when they finish, they finna walk away uncomforted from a present deliverance. They don't want deliverance right now. Like, give me $20 or something, or pay for me a room with a hot shower. Give me some success. You come in the name of God. Did God send you with success like right now? Then I can believe, but for right now, my spirit is angry and the world, the hand that I'm dealing with is cruel. They tore my box up, it's cruel, all right? So that's how Israel was. Moses spake unto the children, but they hearkened not unto Moses, because we deal with the same thing. So when you see that, you're gonna have to dig deep and find something with them. So you don't just turn your back on them, but you got to know why they feel like that, because they got a bad hand. So that they feel they got a bad hand. Okay, what is it?
I was also gonna add is that we would oftentimes try to find another alternative than the Bible because we don't think it's possible to change.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about the people that don't listen. It says they're not listening because how their spirit is in anguish. We're not just talking about somebody that's driving in the car and then they good and they just don't want to believe because they got an alternative. No, this is somebody, it says, and for cruel bondage. So they down in their luck. Because they down in their luck, it's kind of hard to break through that and have them to believe in something that ain't helped them. When a person is like this, God haven't helped them. Or maybe he have, but they didn't understand it. They don't know what it looks like. Sometimes they think it's them. You know, the little things. You woke up today. Hey, you know, or you could have been killed. Remember the person that could have killed you? You was in that fight in that alley? You remember that? Who delivered you? God delivered you. So it's the little things, but sometimes we be wanting deliverance in things that we want deliverance in. And when we don't get what we want, then we don't give credit to what credit is due. We don't give credit to the Lord. Okay. So you're going to run into a lot of people with anguish of spirit because of and cruel bondage. They don't have success in this. They don't have the money that they want to have. They don't have things the way they, and so their faith is not as strong. They want to be able to pray and have their prayers answered right away. That's what they want. And because it doesn't happen, then they don't have the type of faith that you have. A lot of people have faith in anguish of spirit and cruel bondage and being upside down and in sufferings. Okay? Like Christ. Christ held his faith when he went through some of the worst things that a person can go through. He went through and he kept his faith. He didn't feel like he did not stop believing. Hold this and go to Isaiah. Is it Isaiah 54 then? I bet 54, 50. Oh. Isaiah 52, it is. That's what I need. Isaiah 52 and 14.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 52 and 14. As many were astonished at thee, his visage was so marred more than any man.
Right. This is talking about Christ. Man, the way that they beat the Lord, they beat him across the face. His visage, meaning his face and all that, everything was marred up beyond recognizable. Ain't nobody been beat like this man got beat. They made sure that they wasn't going to call nobody else a king. He was destroyed, man. And yet, he still believed. They were astonished. His visual was more than any man. So if that says that more than any man, you heard the saying somebody got beat to a pulp?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it really, what's those things where when you whip somebody, it's got some, I can't think of the name of it, but it's got
Whips.
It's got attachments on it. It's got metal attachments on it to where it cuts you open and stuff like that. They beat him with that. They kept ripping the skin open. The latter part, read the latter part.
And his form more than the sons of men.
And his form more, so it was more than any of the sons of men. And he kept his faith. So we think that we go through things, We ain't going through this. We ain't went through this. So when you go back and you run into people and they spirit is in anguish and they not listening because of the cruel bondage, they just don't know. Everybody got a role that they got to play, like the Messiah had a role that he had to play. So you got to find a way to help them see the advantage that they have, and whatever disadvantage, certain things that they can do to try and make it change to where the Most High can listen and deal with them. All right, somebody had something?
So, I have a question. When the scriptures talk about um, how do you say bless to someone and do not give them the things that they need so they could be blessed. I understand that. I think it was Peter that said, gold and silver I have none, but he told the man to rise up and walk. So my question basically is that, when you're dealing with people and you're giving them the word and, they're looking for a blessing, which we know the blessing is in the word, but like Christ himself, he healed the people where he did miracles for them, where they believed even more. So I'm just trying to clarify, like, was there going to come a time where we weren't going to be doing the miracles that Christ did, and are we not permitted to do it, like, as far as blessing somebody on the Sabbath so they could be blessed, like what we just said about the homeless? They want like the $20 bill, to go a hot shower or something like that, but we're saying be blessed, but they're like, man, what I'm gonna do with that? So, like, is there like scripture that basically kind of tell us, how not to do that? So
Time out. Let me answer this question. So it sounds like you got a couple of them coupled in together. So which one you want first?
So basically,
Because you mentioned James about being warned and filled.
yeah. So basically, is there scriptures that tell us basically, things have switched, turned, like from Christ and them healing Peter and them healing people instantly, healing them. Like, I'm not saying that we're not doing nothing like that, but I'm just saying as far as like, here's $20, they can get them a meal. I'm not trying to get them to break the Sabbath, but it's like, hey, after the Sabbath, here you go, $20, go get you a meal, be blessed. Like, I don't know if you kind of.
I understand. I'm hearing everything you're saying, but I'm just trying to, instead of blending it all together, I'm trying to get you to like deal with one part at a time. Because you quoted James about being warmed and filled. Being warmed and filled is you not taking the time out to help somebody, but you just tell them, oh, you're gonna be okay. You ever had somebody do that to you? You say you're gonna be okay, but then you really not okay. And then you had somebody to talk to you, and at the end of the conversation, you're okay. So that's the difference right there. So we're not to do that, So that's the first thing, right? Okay, the second thing, upon the Sabbath day, if you're out in the street and somebody is looking for something, brother, the last thing they're gonna do is listen to you because they don't listen unto the Most High. So you can give somebody $20 on the Sabbath day, they out there looking for food. Their spirit is So this is what we're dealing with: anguish of spirit and cruel bondage. First and foremost, they're going to take advantage of you and think that you're weak and soft. They may, a high percentage of the time, because you got the Bible in your hand. So you think that you boo-boo the fool. Because people with the Bible in their hand are a good prey to be taken advantage of, because you're not of the street. So you're not hardened like that. They can approach you and they get a handout. So they approach you and you say, okay, well, brother, here's the $20, man, but hey, wait till after the Sabbath. If they was gonna keep the Sabbath, then they would have kept the Sabbath before you. They wouldn't have came up to you asking for something to eat. So you give them the money and say, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. They're gonna say anything that they want to say, so that they're gonna say anything that they think that you need to hear to get the $20. They take the $20, go around the corner, and go into the next store. So then what did you just do? You just enabled somebody to profane the Sabbath day. That's not the good deed the scripture's talking about. Okay, so the other question about the working of miracles and the gifts of healing, that was never of Christ, that was never of Peter, it was always of the Most High. So whenever the Most High wants to do something with anybody that's walking the earth, trust and believe he gonna do it. Christ was only able to do it because of the Most High. Peter was only able to do it because of the Most High. Anybody is only able to do anything because of the Most High. Now, if a man wants to be worthy of that, first and foremost, maybe he shouldn't think about it. He should just live his life upright as best as he can, walking in the spirit of the Most High. And when the Most High is ready, he say, okay, then I've got a servant in this vicinity. Go over here and do that. And you'll go and do it. So I don't think no man can say, well, I'm gonna get myself together because I want to start healing people. It doesn't work like that. Who was that? Philip thought to buy the Simon thought to buy the holy gift because he saw what the apostles was doing. It doesn't work like that, to where we can just say, I want to heal people. It's never in our hands to do anything. The people that we're discussing were chosen by the Most High to do that. And now, since we acknowledge that they were chosen to do that, it's a beautiful thing, but it's not in our hands to do that. To be honest, I did it once and didn't know what I was doing. Didn't even really recognize. It wasn't to me, it was of the Most High. I've said it before, a child was finna go into brain surgery. Prayed for the child and left and walked away because the child went to an elementary school that I worked at. And the Most High healed the child. The parent came looking for me. What'd you do to my child? I said, I did nothing but pray. She said, well, doctor said she's fine. I said, oh, okay, all praise. And then that was that. So, we don't have to ask to do anything. And I didn't go and say, I'm finna go and do this. Like I got some power. I got nothing. We can't even heal ourselves. So, so anything that happens, you know what I'm saying, is of the Most High. All right. So now he quoted a scripture. What was the scripture you quoted?
Sirach 12.
Okay. What 12 and what? Let's see what it says. Okay, which one you want? 12 and what?
Verse 1.
Verse 1?
Mhm.
Just verse 1? Or verse 1 through. Not mess with you. When I would do good, know to whom thou doest it. So thou shalt thou be thankful for thy benefits. So in this one, that wouldn't be a good precept. Because if you're out on the street and somebody asking for help, of course you don't know them. Most of the time you don't know them. It's just a strange person looking for some assistance. So this wouldn't be a good one, to try to explain something to him. That'll make him not want to do it. When his mind is to help, he's just trying to understand the limitations of help. You understand? Because he mentioned the Sabbath. You gotta keep tracking. He talked about the Sabbath. What do I do on the Sabbath day? Person say I'm hungry. You gonna give him $20 and say wait till after the Sabbath? That would be not a good idea, because they're gonna cause you to profane the Sabbath by enabling somebody and sending it. And now if you got something, then you give it to them. But if you don't, so this wouldn't be profitable. This would encourage a person not to help somebody that they want to help. You understand? For real, do you? Like, what if it was you? You come up and somebody's finna help you. But then I tell them, when I will do good, know to whom thou doest it. He gonna look at you and he gonna trust my word. He gonna say, "You right, man. I don't know this guy." Now he's not gonna give it to you, right? When if I had kept my mouth shut, you was gonna end up $5 so you can go get you some rice and a fruit punch. Right? You drink fruit punch, young bro? See there? Well, I just shut that down. When I will to do good, know to whom you do it. Now you don't got it. So now that you actually see how it really didn't help in that situation. Okay, so let's go back so we can continue. Is everybody else clear about this?
This is Exodus chapter 6 and verse 12. And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben.
So we're going to skip all these children. And we're going to jump over to 26.
Verse 26. These are then Aaron and Moses, to whom the Lord said, Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. These are they which spake to Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Egypt, the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass on the day when the Lord spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I am the Lord. Speak thou unto Pharaoh king of Egypt all that I say unto thee. And Moses said before the Lord, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Chapter 7 and 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth mine armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments.
Right. So he's calling the armies, he's calling the men armies. All right. So the Lord didn't care what Pharaoh felt or what Pharaoh thought. He said, as a matter of fact, I'm going to make him tough. Give him a reason to jack him up. Go ahead.
Verse 5. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I stretch forth mine hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. And Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them, so did they. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old.
So how much is 80? Right. 80, putting in work. And Aaron was 83 years old. Yeah, these guys were up there in age, doing the work of the Most High. So just imagine where you at now. You got a long way to go to get 80. Got a lot of work to do. The first job is yourself, so that the Most High would even want to use you as an example where people would even want to follow. Are you an example where somebody want to follow? Don't let your paths be crooked paths. Let it be easy to be understood and easy to be seen. That let me follow. And most importantly, not just one, but all of you. Working like filled with the Spirit. One body, unity, one unified body, the same mind, the same goal, same spirit. Yes, not just one, but everybody like that. That's what y'all should shoot for. In order to do that, though, you gotta let the world go. Because the same way that the Most High was preparing Israel to come out of Egypt, he's preparing Israel to come out of America, this Egypt period. So for Revelations 11, okay, so Revelations 11 and verse 7.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 11 and 7. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascended out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which is spirit, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
Right. So is America called Sodom? Well, it's not the original Sodom and Gomorrah, like it's not the original Egypt. But why is it spiritually called Sodom? Because everywhere you look up, it's bisexual activity. And because of the captivity. That's why it's spiritually called Egypt, because this is not Egypt. All right. And also where it says where our Lord is crucified. Although Christ was not physically crucified in this land, he's spiritually crucified in this land because our people now deal with the image, a European image, and they have killed the Messiah to them. And these people, these heathens, have killed the Messiah to us. And now they have that dispossession, like it don't matter. Color doesn't matter. But then they throw you, instead of using the scriptures, they give you an image. And they have made pictures, meaning like motion pictures of a Caucasian European Edomite man who bled, but he didn't. But that's not the truth, right there. So they've killed the true Messiah. All right. All right. So let's go back.
So we're in Exodus chapter 7, and now we're in verse 8. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, swallow up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goeth out unto the water, and thou shalt stand by the river's brink against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent thou shalt take in thine hand. And thou shalt say unto him, the Lord God of the Hebrews hath sent me unto thee, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hither thou wouldest not hear. Thus said the Lord, and this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in mine hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. And the Lord spake unto Moses, say unto Aaron, take thy rod and stretch out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in the vessels of wood and in the vessels of stone. And Moses and Aaron did so as the Lord commanded, and lifted up the rod. and smote the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the rivers were turned to blood, and the fish that was in the rivers died, and the river stank. And the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt, and the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as the Lord had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after the Lord had smitten the river. So now we in Exodus chapter 8 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all the borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thine house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thine ovens, and into thy knitting troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on thee, and upon thy people, and upon all thy servants. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up.
So was there a significant reason why the Most High turned the water into blood? What was the reason?
Because of the slain babies that they put in the river.
Anybody else?
Because there was some God they believed in that they got the water from, somebody at the water, because the water used to go up and explain the different gods that they believed in.
Yeah, they had idols that pertained to the water. And, what you said?
Hoppy.
Right. Right. So they had idols that pertained to the water. And so the Most High was showing them that your gods are mere imaginations of your images and fragments of your imagination that don't exist, and that your gods cannot deliver you from me. I'm stronger than your gods. I am the God of these people. Your God, I'm destroying your God. So every plague is going to destroy your mindset. Nobody can save you from me. I'm dreadful. I'm terrible. I'm attacking your help. I'm destroying your help. All right. So that was the first one. Now the second one is the frogs. All right. So would you stop at verse 3?
Yes.
The river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thy house and in thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, into the house of thy servants, upon thy people, ovens, kneading troughs. So what about the frogs?
They had a god that had a head of a frog.
Okay, so he went after the frog god. What was his name?
Heket, Heket.
All right. So y'all brothers writing these down,
Yeah.
or you just gonna remember next year?
I remember it from last year.
I looked at this text man.
I looked at it.
Okay, you spell it again?
Heket, Heket. Yeah, it was the god that had the head of the frog. So the first one, just to go back, was Hapi. It was supposed to be the Egyptian god of the Nile. So they worshiped the Nile River. So in worshiping the Nile River, the Most High turned the Nile that they worship and all the water into blood. And then the Heket was the Egyptian god supposed to be a water renewal, which was the head of a frog, that the same frogs that the Most High told Aaron to bring up out of the Nile River. So to them, they'd be like, in their mind, they should have been able to do what? Command the frogs, but they couldn't. You know what I'm saying? So like was said, the Most High was destroying everything in their mind that they felt that they had control over. And then who's not, like even in the first one, they went back to believing they enchantments, right? They magicians, but Aaron's snake destroyed theirs. So he's still attacking their mindset that they got some kind of control over creation or something that's bigger than the Most High. That's why Pharaoh said, "Who is God that I should serve him?" So now all his gods, his mindset is under attack.
Right, because if he had mentioned one of his gods, then he'd be like, "Oh, okay." but you know what I'm saying? He was the Lord God of the Hebrews. We're gonna fast forward. So when he couldn't do it, in 6, so Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up. Verse 7, the magicians did so with their enchantments. Verse 8, Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, "Entreat the Lord that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Lord." Jump down to verse 10. He said, "Tomorrow he said, be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord our God." So that's letting you know that don't compare anything that you're doing unto the Lord our God. That's where you falling off, Pharaoh. You probably could have slapped him in the face. Hey, stop that foolish thinking. "And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy houses and servants and people, they shall remain in the river only." Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh. Moses cried unto the Lord because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. The Lord did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses and villages and fields. They gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart and hearkened not unto them as the Lord had said. All right. Let's see. Verse 16.
And the Lord said unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lights throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. And all the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. So now this is the third plague, which is also another god that Egypt is worshiping. It's called Geb, which is the god of the dust. So now they control the dust too.
You said
Geb, G-B.
oh,
So now we're at verse 18. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lights, but they could not. So there were lights upon man and upon beast. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water, and say unto him, thus saith the Lord, let my people go that they may serve me.
Stop for a second. You know, oftentimes we do that. Pharaoh's trying to man up on the Most High. A lot of times you'll be going through certain things, you'll be losing your behind. And you will try to man up on the Most High. And a person will be telling you, this is the hand of the Lord that's against you. The Most High is causing this to happen unto you. But you're not listening because you're going to continue to try and outlast your way to see if this thing is going to break and stop, and then your will can come to pass. What you don't understand is you're actually being hardened and deceived by Satan, and you're actually going to fall even harder. Beware, people. You cannot man up against the Most High. The scriptures say his power, when it is tried, it reproveth the unwise. You are unwise, it's going to reprove you. It's going to correct you. It's going to destroy you. Let me get this precept.
And real quick, while he getting that precept, how do you know it's the Most High that's destroying you or that's against you?
That you do don't prosper.
Exactly. How does Pharaoh know? How is the Egyptians finding out that it's the Most High?
Because the Egyptians,
He's attacking the things that they have confidence in.
God's not working.
So if the Most High begins to attack the things that you got confidence in, that's confirmation that it's not, it's just bad luck. It's the Most High. The thing that you got faith in and you putting your trust in, if that's failing, that's definitely the Most High that's doing it.
Matthew 21. Matthew 21:42.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 21, and verse 42. They say unto him,
21:42.
this is Matthew 21:42. Yahushua said unto them, did ye never read in the scriptures the stone which the builders rejected?
Right. That's like rejecting the Messiah is like rejecting the Most High. Somebody's trying to tell you this is the hand of the Lord. You can't see this. This is the hand of the Lord. You're trying this, you don't have no success, you're rejecting it. So Israel in our time, we reject the Lord. Go ahead.
The same is become the head of the corner.
You can't do nothing. That's where you start. You start at a cornerstone and you build. You can't build a building without the cornerstone. You can't do that. You can't do nothing without the Christ. You can't do nothing without God, the Most High. Go ahead.
This is the Lord's doing.
This is the Lord's doing. It's his thing. It's his way. Go ahead.
And it is marvelous in our eyes.
It's marvelous in our eyes, but the foolish, they still try to do it anyway. How you gonna do it? You're gonna mess the building up. It ain't gonna be straight. This thing gonna be crooked. It's supposed to be straight like this, right? Look here, it's gonna be straight like this, but without that cornerstone, your building it's gonna be cocky. It ain't gonna even be right. Go ahead.
Therefore say I unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof.
Right. Many times people confuse that with bringing forth anybody. No, it's just talking about the ones that's going to bring forth fruit, that's going to go through the Most High and the Messiah.
Right.
If you don't go through the Messiah, the Most High is not going to deal with you. He ain't going to make an exception for somebody leaning to their own understanding. As a matter of fact, what's going to happen is the next thing. Read the next precept.
And whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken.
Right. If you get caught tripping over the Christ and don't do it, you're going to be broken. Go ahead.
But on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder.
It's going to grind you to powder. If he happened to fall upon you, it's going to grind you to powder. So we cannot just somebody tell us that this is the hand of the Lord and you don't acknowledge it. You keep trying things your way. They see you losing. The end of you is going to be grounded down to powder. You're not a solid rock. Solid as a rock. You know that song? That's what love is. No, it ain't gonna be you, baby.
You too young.
You too young for that song. Man, you can't. Hey, that's all right. I'm gonna tell your mom on here. So your baby be in my class cutting up. Call up to the principal office. I ran him. And his mom in the truth. I'm telling her. Call him when we get out of here. She know right or wrong. But if somebody's straight telling you that the Most High is against you, you let the Lord fall on you, it's gonna grind you to pieces. You ain't gonna end up nothing, man. So that's what the Pharaoh was happening. That's what was happening to the Pharaoh. He knew Moses personally, but because he had that personal relationship with him, he felt, I ain't gotta listen to you. You Moses, you ain't nobody to me. Who is the Lord I should listen to? And he kept getting proved by the Most High over and over and over again. So Moses was more than he thought he was. Who was Moses? That's right. Moses was God. Moses was a God on earth. That's right. That's right. That man was a God on earth who was just once a man. He was endued. That's why I was telling you, the Most High, when he get ready to do his will, you don't have to. Moses kept denying it, said, who am I? I don't want to do this. Who is I? The Most High said, you the perfect one. Perfect humility. I'm going to make you a God on earth. And he walked around with the power of the Most High. So he was no ordinary man, but he was in the sight of Pharaoh because Pharaoh saw him raised up. But he became a God, man, who had a prophet. That's cold. And he didn't even listen to him because he was familiar with him. And he got grounded to pieces and the country got tore up. It was devastating. When the Most High ripped through Egypt and did all of that, man, all that hard work that they put in was gone down because of his pride. When all he had to do was listen. So we should stop while we're ahead and not get grounded to powder. Because many of us, we are ahead, but you headed to powder though. You don't humble yourself, you're going to be nothing but dust left. And it ain't nobody's fault but yours. So please, close your eyes and open your ears and hear your God and not the face or voice of men. All right, what is that?
It was the Most High who hardened his heart. So, I mean, at no point was the Most High going to allow Pharaoh
Right,
to.
don't overthink it. You're correct. It is the Most High. When Pharaoh wanted to, see, you know how certain things, anything could agitate a person. They could say one more word and then that's it. You know, anything. Anything. So it's the Most High that gives you the spirit called the comfort, or to be at ease. The Lord say your heart is in his hand to turn it. So with that being said, the Most High could have did it either way. But he did continue to allow Pharaoh and not comfort Pharaoh and get along with Israel and say, okay, go ahead. He wanted to demonstrate to Israel who they was dealing with. That all the idols and all the judges in Egypt were trash and were nothing. And that he was the Most High. And he's dreadful. And he's jealous and he's fearful. So that's what all those teachings about in Deuteronomy. The Most High here, he's terrible. All of that was conveniently to knock them down and show Israel that he is the highest, and they supposed to fear him and fear him only. And he's gonna work wonders in our days too. But right now, we're in the process. We're stepping towards the Most High is getting his leaders together so that we can start bringing forth the Israelites and to that point to where we're teaching them to call upon the Most High. See, and that's why we got to get it right. We start with ourselves, being fully persuaded, correcting ourselves, and then starting at home with our houses, wives, and children, and things like that. All right. So, like I said, we got a long way to go. It's a lot of work to do, but we got to be able to identify during the process, where we at, because it's not where we need to be. All right. So let's move forward. Exodus chapter 8. Did you get that yet? Exodus 8 and what?
Verse 21 now. This is Exodus 8 and verse 21. Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and all the ground whereupon they are. So now the next god that the Most High is destroying is Capri. It's supposed to be a god that has the head of a fly. So, this is also doing what? No, it's something else that's happening too. So while the Most High is destroying these gods, whose minds are these gods in? Who else though? The Israelites. So as they see all this stuff fall, remember, when Israel come out of Egypt, the Most High is priming them to now only serve who? Him. And he's also doing it by destroying everything that they saw worshipped in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason. Not only did he do this to destroy Pharaoh, but he did it to show Israel that all these things that they pumped fear into you, like when we read in, was it Jeremiah 10 about the tree and stuff like that, how Israel feared that stuff. Now they wouldn't have no fear of that stuff. It's just things made with man's hands, and now to only serve the Most High. So that God he destroying is this one that's got the head of a fly. It's called Capri. So at verse 22, and I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Lord did so, and there came a grievous swarm of flies in the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt, that the land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your God in the land. And Moses said, Not me to do so, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians the Egyptians to the Lord our God. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God, and he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me.
Only go ye not very far away. Like they need a pass to get off work, because you got to come back to work. Look at these demons. Don't go very far. All right. So verse 31, The Lord did according as the word of Moses. He removed the swarm of flies from Pharaoh and from his servants and people. There remained not one. Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also. Neither would he let the people go. Why? Because he don't want to. They don't want you to stay. I'm telling you, you're the best thing that they got. You are the best thing, Israel. Everybody knows that. I tell you what, just a small version. Just imagine everybody. You just like from here, I can see everybody. Now, everybody, you just look back and forth across the room. Imagine everybody in this room except yourself. And now, just imagine if you had these people as free labor. What could you do with that? And then skilled labor. Now, just imagine the city. Oftentimes, when I'm at the store and I'm in Walmart, and then I look around and I see all the people, I just shake my head. I say, "This man has got all us as labor, all us as labor." Now, just imagine throughout every town in every city, he's got us all as labor. So he could treat us. He treats us like shit. But he still don't want to let you go. He do not want to let you go. So because it's like, what if this is just, what if I can outlast the limit of this God and he'll just stop? Now I still got you. But what he don't know is that he couldn't. He couldn't outlast the Most High. And it destroyed Egypt. And we're going to read that. So even right now today, what the scriptures call us in Revelations, the delicacy. Yes, a delicacy, something very special. That's what we are to them. Even though they cruel to you, you mean the world. So 9:1.
Exodus 9:1. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if thou refuse to let them go, and wilt hold them still, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thy cattle which is in the field, upon thy horses, and upon the asses, and upon the camels, and upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. And there shall be a very grievous murrain. And the Lord shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt. And there shall nothing die of all that is of the children of Israel. So now the next God the Most High is after is Hathor. This is a god that they created with the head of a cow with, the Egyptian garments on. But it represents their livestock. So now the Most High is going after their food source, but all the cattle of the children of Israel still lived and was still flourishing. So this is Exodus 9:5. And the Lord appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. And the Lord did that thing on the morrow. And all the cattle of Egypt died. But of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. And Pharaoh said, And behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And the Lord said unto Moses and unto Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes out of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it toward the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh, and it shall become a small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh and Moses, sprinkling it up toward heaven. And it became a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. So the next god is Isis. So Isis is supposed to be the goddess, which is what they saying women is gods, the goddess of medicine. So now the Most High sent sores and boils upon them, and now they can't be healed. Verse 11. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils. For the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had spoken unto Moses. And the Lord said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning.
So, question before you move. So, the boils and blisters and all of that is also known as a pestilence, right? It says a fatal epidemic disease, a plague. So, the Israelites didn't get it, just the Egyptians. And the Israelites were in the midst of the Egyptians when they got hit with the plague. So the Most High knows how to make people immune to something when he wants to make them immune to something. Just wanted to point that out. All right. Because it happened. All those blisters and stuff like that. It didn't happen to Israel. It just happened to the Egyptians. You know, the greater our faith, the more the Most High is going to move in our favor towards things. Because first and foremost, faith is supposed to bring forth works. Israelites, you have the ability to be phenomenal beings. We have to get that leaven out of ourselves. We got to get that deceitful lust up out of us. We have to get our minds away from the desires that we want inside of Egypt. And we have to start desiring the greatness and the love of the Most High. And we have to be patient. Without a show of hands, how many people spend every day and every night? I said without. Every day and every night meditating on the Most High and getting it right. Every day and every night. All day and all night meditating on getting it right and walking in the Spirit. Because that's how you should be. Not some days and some nights, not just when you come to the school. This is fellowship. This is physical communion, man. Your presence. This is you're supposed to be here to support the cause and be an example. Not feel like, oh, I come to get corrected. I come here so I can get restored. You should be already walking in the Spirit. If you walk in the Spirit, the flesh ain't being fulfilled. You just here in case there's some spiritual or physical assistance that really need to be done. But along the way, if it turn out and you hear and you do end up being inspired or exhorted or corrected some type of way, so be it. But for the most part, if you rolling 24 hours, 7 days a week in the Spirit, you're doing the right thing. You'd be exhausted, but that's the safest thing to do. You're supposed to put this more than you put life itself, your job itself, because that's the most important thing to most people, their jobs. This is the profession. Even if you're a woman, you're supposed to be at home, walking in the Spirit, staying in the Spirit, watching in the Spirit, watching, looking in the Spirit, listening, being spiritual. With everything you do, being spiritual, even as a child, children, teenagers, those that just left teenagers being 20. You know, I was talking to Kashad and I said it's something else how people, the youth, they think that getting aggressive and having an attitude and being able to express an attitude along with profanity displays maturity. It doesn't display maturity. That's the weakest thing that you can do. If you want to display maturity and that you've grown up in your youth, apply the scriptures. That's the strongest thing. That's the display right there. The application of the scriptures. You don't need to get it. You're not forbidden. You're forbidden. You're forbidden to have wrath, to have anger. You see? Or to use profanity. That's why you see little children, little babies be cursing. Because they're trying to show that I'm leveled up. I'm older now. They want you to, I'm older now. No. That's setting us back. That shows right there that we have no power over our spirit, but spirits do. When you misbehave like that, a spirit is controlling you. And the Most High wants each and every last one of you to be fully in control of yourself, consciously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every moment. He wants you to walk in the spirit at all times. That's having control over yourself. All right. So, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is Exodus 9 and 13. And the Lord said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, that thou mayest know that there is none like me in all the earth.
So if we gonna sin, is there any difference between us and Pharaoh? So the Lord said, I'm gonna send all the stuff against you. So have you not heard before where a person tell you that the Lord gonna come at you this way and that way, and all these curses gonna come on you and overtake you and till you destroy? Then why don't we listen? Because there are no respect of persons with him. If you're gonna sin, then he gonna treat you like a sin, like you in sin. Remember Matthew 18, there's a person down here says, let him be known unto you as an Egyptian. As a heathen, right? You're gonna be known as an Egyptian, and you're gonna get the plagues of the Most High sent down on you. And you're gonna be catching hell, and you're gonna be wondering, like, where all this come from? Lack of success, I'm being destroyed, my money funny, my health declining, the roof blew off my house, the car got hit while it was sitting still, everything. The dog growling at me, Most High sent all the plagues at you, man, everything. You're like, wait a second, I'm the one that feeds you. All right, go ahead.
Verse 15. For now I will stretch out my hand that I might smite thee and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth.
A lot of times, the pestilence, when we be hearing about all of this stuff, that ain't all bad. That'd be the Most High jacking them up. They just put it on the news. All points bulletin. This is out. Beware of this. They'd be like, oh, praises, another pestilence in the earth. You know, any even the numbers, right? Take some of them out. But you know, we go into panic mode and we get scared. What are we getting scared for? Unless you're doing evil. You doing evil, then you're gonna have, man, I've seen people live with 3 or 4 masks on. Suit on, got the bubble plastic suit. Right. You know, we ought to pray for some of this. What's that? Lord, cut them off. We some of stretch out my hand and smite them. Yes, get them. Smite thy people with pestilence and cut them off from the earth. And you can pray for that. Most High cut some people off. You know, cut them off, smite them, deal with them with pestilence, do something because they is tripping with us out here. Why, if we won't ask for this, if what? Well, okay, yeah, we're in sin, but what else? We agree with them, and we don't see nothing wrong with what they doing. Yeah, you in bed with them. You sit at the table with them, like the scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees. They didn't see nothing wrong with the Romans, did they? And like the Romans, our friend, shoot, we won't get rid of him for. When do people turn to the world? When the Most High don't help them. That's the reason what I was saying earlier. The anguish of heart, and what was the other one? And the cruel bondage. Right, that's why they reject the scriptures. They'll reject what you're saying. Because America show up and say, hey, man, I got this handout at VA or at the church. Got the soup line, the soup kitchen, or we got the free foods. They're like, man, I ain't hearing what you saying. I'm finna go get in this line and get that box. They gonna throw the box away, and only get the little stuff that they need out of it. So, no, they're not gonna be asking the Most High to send pestilence to smite these people and cut them off. Years ago, man, I once was talking to this guy I played ball with. He was telling me, he said, yeah, man, they gonna shoot him. I was telling him Christ gonna come back. The scriptures say the sky gonna open up and chariots gonna come. They say, yeah, man, they gonna shoot him out the sky. The guy said that. I was in my 20s talking to this guy like that. I played ball with him. I don't know, man. I used to try to speak a lot, and just anybody that came near me, I'm speaking the truth to him. I didn't know this guy would respond like that, though. They love the so-called white man. So now they don't want to see the hand of the Lord stretched out because they love this kingdom. Because they know when they die, they hellbound. There's no resurrection for them. There's no place of peace for them. So they comfortable right here in the now. So now they don't want to see a pestilence, because the pestilence meaning they're going to be hit with the pestilence too. And they don't want to cut off the earth. Why? Because with them, they get benefits. With the Most High, they don't get nothing. So they choose to eat from Satan's hand. All right, let's go though.
Verse 17. As yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, that thou wilt not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as had not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Send therefore now and gather thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field. For upon every man and every beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. So now this God that they attacking now, or so-called God, is the goddess called Nut or Nut. It's supposed to be the goddess of the sky. So now they control the sky. So the Most High sent the hail, and then when you read in Revelations, I believe 16 or something like that, it describes the hailstorms of the Most High, the word, the hailfire, the balls was the weight of a talent. So a talent is 60 pounds. So instead of like the little hailstorms we see, the little dents that hit our cars, you're talking about 60-pound balls of fire coming down out of the sky and destroying everything. So that's why when you read in verse 19, it says, all your cattle and everything in the field bring in, because if it don't, anything get hit with a 60-pound weight is going to be destroyed. And it's on fire. So, verse 20, he that feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field. And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch forth thine hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt.
So you just imagine Moses out there, and he's stretching out this. So you can just imagine he looking, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. It start coming down, mingle with fire. Man, please. All you can see is streaks, balls coming, streaks on fire, destroying everything. Rock. Yeah, go ahead.
Stretch forth thine hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in the land of Egypt, upon man and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field throughout the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every herb of the field and brake every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron and said unto them, I have sinned this time. The Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat the Lord, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moses said unto him, as soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's.
Wow. So there's thunder. You know, thunder is the noise, right? Yeah, the crackling, the booming, and the hail coming down. Now, what is hail made of? Ice. Yes. So ice being a solid ball of ice, but it's on fire. So how does water and fire mix? It doesn't. But of the Lord, it did. And then the reason, you know how I said it ran along, the fire ran along the ground, because it was rolled. It was rolled. The hell, it was a circle, right? So when it bounced, if it didn't stick, it would bounce and roll, right? It's still on fire. And they seeing all of this the whole time, where they hearing the thundering, boom, 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 boom. And you know the Lord, man, when he start thundering and stuff like that, hey man, it ain't gonna be no little soft. It's gonna make you afraid. That's the type of stuff, man, that make you think, man, I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get killed out here. Let me get inside, right? So yeah, then he understood, man, I'm wicked for tempting this right here. I keep pressing it. What force is it gonna take us, to feel like, Lord, you righteous, what I'm doing is wicked? What force? Look at what he's losing. He is the Pharaoh, yeah, but look at all the people that he had following him. Look at the respect that he lost, the honor that he lost for misleading these people. And he knew that what Moses was doing was right, but because of his own pride, he subjected his people to the judgment of the Most High. Don't let the hand of the Most High fall on you with thunderings and hail mingle with fire and pop sting you and grind you to dust until where you nothing else. Because the reason why it would hit us, if we holding on and the Lord said, come out from among her, that you be not partaker of her sins. And if the Most High has got you pegged for something different and you want to do something else, you're going to be in trouble. You was not born. You didn't ask to be born. Nobody in here asked to be born. No, you didn't. It was the Lord that chose you. One thing is you don't remember. That's for sure. Because I truly can believe that in the spirit world, if we was given an option, we was all saying, I'll go, I'll go, I'll go, I'll go. Let me prove that part to you so you can understand. Let's see. I want the council in heaven. Second.
First Kings 22.
Yes. Sorry. First Kings 22 and 19. We'll just get to the point. This is a beautiful, well edifying story. Those of you can go back and read the whole chapter at any given time. But this is a story about the king of Israel and how he didn't listen. And so he wanted so his name is Ahab. So Ahab wanted to do something, but the prophet Micaiah was telling him not to do it. And that represents how we want to do certain things, but somebody will be telling you, no, this is not what you're supposed to do. And it was about going to war and helping somebody else. And so Micaiah was telling him not to do it. But he always felt that Micaiah prophesied unto him evil. Like, say, for instance, I use myself as an example. If you would come to me and you have a bright and brilliant idea, and you using your words, it gets shut down. Well, you're gonna feel like I'm always saying no, or I am against you, or I'm negative, or that's the same as Micaiah prophesying unto Ahab evil. Because I'm always saying something bad. So what you don't know is if it doesn't line up with what the will of the Most High is, then the Spirit ain't gonna have me to tell you to go ahead full steam ahead. You're choosing things that's outside of what the will of the Most High is for you. So in this story, the part that we came here, that's why I said if you read the whole story, then it'll benefit you. But in this story, this is where I was telling us that we didn't ask to be here, but then I had to remember the Spirit say, wait a second now. So there are people that do want to be here. And so you're going to see. All right. But in here, they here in spirit form. So we could be here. We all predestinated. And it may be that you elected and don't really realize it. But now that you're here, you kind of got stuck in the world. And that's why the Most High uses us to pull you up out of that haze and bring you to the clearness of his sight and say, hey, this is who you are. This is what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to use 1 Kings 22. And where did I say you start at? Verse 19? So start at verse 19.
1 Kings 22 and 19. And he said, hear thou therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne.
So this is Micaiah. And here he's telling the truth. He said, I saw the Lord sitting on his throne. Go ahead.
And all the hosts of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left.
So listen, people, he actually said, I saw into the spirit world and I saw people around the Most High. A lot of times we might think that the Most High would just be by himself on the throne and nobody around him or nothing like that. No, it's full of people. Go ahead.
And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab?
So now God is asking who is going to persuade Ahab. Because here's the thing. Ahab is hearing what he wants to hear. Now Ahab is on the earth in the flesh. So who is going to persuade Ahab? Read.
That he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead.
And what? And fall. So because Ahab has selective hearing, the Most High said, okay, I want Ahab to fall. Because actually, he spoke evil of a servant of the Most High that's also on the earth. Please pay attention. The servant, Micaiah, is on the earth. The servant Micaiah just went to him and was telling him what was right and what was wrong. But before he even did that, before he even knew that Ahab would inquire of him, Ahab spoke evil of him. So the Lord saw it before Micaiah even saw it. And because he did that and would not allow himself to be persuaded no other way, that would be just like, let me put myself back in the midst. I'm sitting here telling you not to do something, and you don't want to hear it from me. So the Lord would say, okay, who's going to go and persuade Timothy? Or who's going to go and persuade Elena? In the spirit world, they say, I'll do it, Lord, I'll do it. Because first and foremost, you didn't listen to me. But to persuade, what's the first name? Timothy, I said? Mm-hmm. Timothy or Elaine or whoever the other woman is, it's got to be something that Timothy or Elaine wants to hear. So the Lord said, who gonna go and give them something that they want to hear? That they may do what? Fall? Yes. That they may fall. So it's going to, you are going to fall. But the thing is, what the person tell you, that's what you want to hear. So the part that I'm looking for, that I'm trying to expose to you is, the Lord say, who is going to persuade Ahab? How do I get you there in spirit? Let's continue.
And one said, on this manner, and another said, on that manner.
So what are they doing? They making suggestions unto the Most High. They actually making suggestions unto the Lord. Go ahead.
And there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will persuade him.
I got a bright idea. I know how to do it. Look at all these ideas. Then one came up with something that the Most High gonna agree with. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto him, wherewith?
How? Tell me, dear son, how? Go ahead.
And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets.
Oh, crap. He said, I'm gonna go forth and I'm gonna be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. So in other words, so this spirit, let's name this spirit, we'll use the chart. Asher, go to the top. We'll name him Asher. So Asher's gonna come down from the throne, and then he is going to be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. So you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna get inside the mindset of one person and go from person to person to person to person to person. And then you know what's gonna happen then? All of those people are gonna start agreeing, and they're gonna say, yeah, I see it. You see it. I see it. Oh, yeah, I feel this. Yeah, I see it. It made common sense to me. Yeah, I see it. I see it. And the whole time, that's what Ahab wanted to hear. But the person that was telling him the right thing, he didn't want to hear that. Because this guy always tell him, prophesy to him evil. Because all the things that he keep telling him be all the things that the Most High don't want for him. Those things been keeping Ahab alive. But it's come to a point to where Ahab is done listening. So Ahab dies at the end of the story. So when you done listening, that may be your death sentence. So, but this is not about that. This is about somebody saying, guess what? I'll go. So what if you were like that in the spirit world? You elected to be here. What type of person did you turn out? Are you here cutting up, clowning, being a straight rebel? Going against the very thing you say you would do, which is I'll go and deal right. I'll be passionate. I'll be on fire. I'll do the right thing. Yes, Lord, choose me. I'll be faithful to you. You know I love you, Lord. I kiss your hand. I'll kneel down. I'll kiss your feet. Yes, Lord, I'm gonna worship. I'm gonna bring everybody to you. Yes, Lord, I'm gonna win. So I'm gonna be a real good example for you. I'm gonna be on fire. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're doing? Because it sounds and seems like there's a lot of people out there that have reneged. So now that it's high time, I wake up out of sleep, because the scriptures do say that we were predestinated to where these seats that you sitting in, you are meant to sit in those seats. You are predestinated for those seats. That's okay that you didn't know and I'm showing it to you. I don't need to show it to you 1,000 times. How about not even twice? Why don't you just get it this time, and now you can meditate on it, even pray about it. It's not wrong. Pray about it. Then go back and research it yourself. We're going through the scriptures. And then start walking and fulfilling the thing that you said you would do. And then maybe you can explain it to somebody else that's struggling along the way in the path, and say, hey, you know what? You actually was meant to do what you're doing. You might even seem to ask for it. So do it right. Instead of doing it grudgingly. Because the scriptures say, If we do it grudgingly, what is our reward then? You don't get a reward. It's like you left home, which is the spirit world, because that was our home before earth, and then forgot where you came from. Because the will in heaven is supposed to be done on earth. This stuff that's being done down here, that ain't in the spirit world where the Most High is. Pride, anger, wrath, selfishness, rendering evil for evil, retaliating, covetousness, being thoughtless, being harmful, inconsiderate, disrespectful to parents, disrespectful to wives, disrespectful to husbands, disrespectful to powers that be. That. And I ain't talking about the heathens. I'm talking about Israelite powers that be. Brothers that are over you. That's not in the spirit world. All those sins are done here on earth. So we got to kind of like turn things back right. Don't run from your calling. Know that this is your calling. And your calling is to better you. That's the best you. You will be the best version of yourself. The worst version of yourself is a person that's sinful. Give your people the best of you. You can only do that by applying the scriptures. Trust me on that. People will love you the most if you are right. When they see you, they need to see an angel. Look at you and say, man, this is an angel. Meaning you don't do no harm. What's up, brother? You don't do no harm. You got it going on. You got it going right for yourself, whether you're a man or you're a woman. Be sweet-natured, sweet-spirited. In other words, be nice. Okay? So let's lose that. And we'll create our stopping point. We was at Exodus 9. And you started at 29, or you read that one already?
Yeah, verse 30.
But as for thee and thy servant, I know that you will not yet fear the Lord. I guess he only said that because of Pharaoh he continued to rebel. Verse 31.
And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bald. But the wheat and the rice were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread abroad his hands unto the Lord. And the thunders and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as he had spoken, as the Lord had spoken by Moses. So this is Exodus chapter 10 and verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him.
We can stop there. Y'all want to keep going? We can stop. How much more we got as far as this? You got the locust, darkness, and the firstborn. All right. So yeah, we're in good shape. yeah, that Pharaoh got himself in some real good trouble with the Most High. And the thing about this, y'all, it's all true.
Sure.
It's not fantasy. It's not make believe. Hold on. I want us to go to Isaiah 57. So I said that this is no fairy tale, Israel. The things that we're reading about, these things actually happen. Now, there are people that didn't see this. Did Joseph see this? No, Joseph didn't see it. But yet, in his time, in his day, he had the success that he had dealing with the Most High able to bless him and stuff like that. So when the tide turns and the mark of the beast comes in and no man be able to buy or sell, you get the worst of everything that's gonna happen. Some of us might not go through it and some of us will. But that doesn't make it not going to happen. Personally, the Most High knows my heart. I want to be as long as I can to help. Nobody wants to get dogged out because the people, they terrible. And they're going to do everything that this book say that they're going to do. So Isaiah 57:1, the righteous perish. So when things happen, the Most High, he will take brothers and sisters that were righteous. He will bring them home with him, to him. And no man laid it to heart. And merciful men are taken away. None considering that the righteous is taken away from the evil to come. It's people that, like I said before, people didn't see it. And there are people that's not going to see it because it's going to be evil. Right now, we huddling in, behind four walls, behind computers, and the luxury of air conditioner in summer and heat in winter. We got clean clothes on. We've all had baths and showers. We've ate lunches, and our bellies are full. We got clean drinking water. Time is going to be like never before. And the Most High is bringing a generation He's constantly bringing generations onto this earth, and they're gonna see it. They're gonna see it. Yeah, anybody's strong now. Shit, I was strong at 20 years old too. 25 years old too. Probably could have knocked a horse out. So I'm telling you. But the older you get, can you stand the rain that's gonna come? I think it's gonna be worse than Israel coming out of Egypt. It's gonna be worse. As be merciful to Israel and allow you to continue to be there to help. That's how I feel. I want to be there to support, praying, thinking, counseling, advising. The strength is gone. Now the strength is in you. You got the legs and the back and the arms and the muscles. But like Israel during the time of we fought against the Greeks, Jonathan was their counselor. And Judas, he was their captain. So he fought with his mind and his soul and his body and sword, the battles of Israel. It ain't like make believe, this stuff that we entering into. For memorialize sake, we read the scriptures, we go through the chain of events, but we still got a battle ahead of us. That's why the loss of any male figure is a dent. Especially brothers ain't sincere. They ain't got their head wrapped around. They still of the world. That's painful. You put years, the Most High is putting years in you, bringing you up in this ministry so that you could be some of assistance. And the only thing you could think about is what part of the world can you get? What's your portion? You know how long it take to train up a man to be a man? You got to keep starting over and over again. We don't have 9 lives, man. So you brothers, y'all got to get it. Y'all got to get it so that y'all can give it and make sure that they never forget it. Because like my fight is your fight is their fight as you hand it down. And we're still fighting the fight of Israel, even though it's a knowledge thing, so that the Most High can actually use us because we're knowledgeable of him. The Most High never used the wicked. He had to say, I have no need for a sinful man. So first we get the knowledge. Then we use that knowledge for application. And then we get the application down and we become skilled with that. Then the Most High, there's nothing that the Lord will keep from us because he know at the end of the day, we're going to always put him first. So whatever it is that we do or touch, is worthless. It means nothing because he's first. And therefore, why why wouldn't he like to see a smile on our face with whatever it is that would fill our heart with happiness? But if we have contingencies with the Lord, like make me happy first and then I'll deal with you, we're gonna die miserably. Um, so let's back up to the 56th chapter. Because he talks to the same people. So Isaiah 56 and 11, it says, yet they are greedy dogs which can never have enough. So those that don't set their mind right, they are shepherds that cannot understand. That's not how we want to be. They all look to what? Their own way. Everyone for his gain after his quarter. Come ye, say, I will fetch wine. We will fill ourselves with strong drink, and tomorrow shall be as this day, and much more abundant. Meaning we're going to continue to kick it. Now I'll go back over to this 57th chapter. In verse 3, it says, but draw nigh hither, ye sons of the sorcerer. So the Most High is like, your mom is a sorcerer. Because women, you play a very strong and very important part in raising your children. It takes two. Women play a very important part in raising children. You know, the scriptures say that a woman is saved in childbearing. Not just you gave birth to him. You got to teach him about God.
Mm-hmm.
You got to teach him or her to follow and walk in the spirit of the Most High. There is a certain relationship that all children have with their parents. The mother has a really strong bond. Most of the time, a stronger bond than with the father. Most of the time, a stronger bond with the mother. So how you have a real strong bond with your child, but your child is on the wrong path? The Most High is going to deal with you for that. Sons of the sorceress, the seed of the adulterer and the whore. So this is going into the guys, the shepherds from the end of 57, whose mind is not of the Most High. Because remember, we got a fight that's before us, even though we commemorating the history of a battle that we came up out of Egypt. We still got a second Exodus. And we're going to go through a whole lot. Why is our mind on whore, adultery, things of the world? Against whom do you sport yourselves? This is the Lord. Like, who you really sinning against? The Most High wants you to know. Ask you this. Against whom make ye a wide mouth? Meaning, who you talking back to? And draw out the tongue like you don't care. Are ye not children of transgression? A seed of falsehood. Inflaming yourselves with idols under every green tree. In other words, things that you put above the Most High. That's what the idol is. What sin is as idolatry? I'm hearing a couple of different ones. Stubbornness. Okay. Stubbornness. That's good. And what's the other one? Covetousness. Covetousness. So when you desire something so strong and so much and so hard, you won't change away from it. You'll be stubborn. You're in idolatry. Slaying the children in the valleys under the cliffs of the rocks. That's as if you standing on top of a cliff and you casting down rocks. In the 21st century, you're not standing on the cliff and dropping down on somebody's head. You're setting what? A bad example. You're setting a bad example is what you're doing. And yourselves, I'm sorry. Among the smooth stones of the stream is thy portion. They are thy lot. Even to them, meaning your reward. Even to them hast thou poured a drink offering. Thou hast offered a meat offering. Should I receive comfort in these things? The Lord's like, in your behavior, should he be comforted in those things? He said, the stuff that you do is your lot. Your lot meaning that's your reward. Like you're going to have brothers and sisters that's working for the reward of the kingdom. Well, you have your reward already. The things that you let pull you aside, stray aside to go after them. Back to the point, last one is verse 2. Because about the righteous, he shall enter into peace. They shall rest in their beds, each one walking in his uprightness. Whether we see it or not, the fight that's going to come, we still have to prepare as if we will. We should want to be there for our people. That decision, whether you hear or not, is of the Most High. No brother should be like, I don't want to go through that. We should want to. You should want. The Lord said he's going to guide those that keep his commandments, so you should want to. Moses, Aaron, 80 and 83 years old. I can tell you now, 50 years from now, it ain't going to be like it is now. It might not even last 50 years. I hope not. That's a long time. It'd be nice to walk into the sky crack. So, somebody asked about, can I elaborate on how they thought the Most High was violent? Of course, in Genesis chapter 7. So it's not so much as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that thought the Most High was violent. It was all people thought the Most High was violent. Or dreadful. That's what I'm trying to say, dreadful. So Genesis 7 and verse 17, read that.
This is Genesis chapter 7 and 17. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth.
Right, the flood. Just imagine it rained 40 days straight, nonstop. When it rains, we got flooded here in July 17th of 22. Okay. It rained 3 days straight. The waters filled in basements. The water was mid-grade level on my pickup truck. I literally was able to just straight drive through it though. Water was that high. That's just 3 days. And that's with it finding partially different places to drain. Just imagine water with nowhere to drain 40 straight days. How would that make you feel? Go ahead.
Genesis 7 and 17. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased.
They increased. They didn't decrease. They had nowhere to go. Go ahead.
And bear up the ark.
To the point to where now it lifted up a super Carnival cruise called the Ark. Yeah. It lifted up. This type of flood waters, it had cars floating, turned them upside down, all kind of stuff, man. Stuff floating around, trash cans in the alley floating. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
And it was lift up above the earth, and the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth. And the ark went up upon the face of the waters.
So I jump down to verse 21.
Verse 21. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth.
All right, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth. So they knew that. We're at Genesis 7 and 21 now. First we read 17, then we went to 21. So all flesh died. So you don't think people were scared of the Most High? He was known as dreadful. Everything died. Everything that had breath in it. If it wasn't on that boat, everything died. Every mammal, every fowl. It had nowhere to land. Even as a bird, you can fly so long, you have to land. Yeah. So they was really scared of the Most High. All right, go ahead.
Both of the fowl and of the cattle.
See, that's the birds, both of the fowl and the cattle. All right.
And of the beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, and of all that was in the dry land died.
So the Lord killed all human beings, man. In his anger. Do you want to know why they saw him as dreadful? He killed all human beings. He killed every insect, every beast, every dog, every cat, all the Lord's creations. All plant life. He destroyed everything. It's like taking something and slamming it on the ground. So I'm done with this. The Lord has got feelings. And he do not like it when we do the wrong thing. We need to think about that. Doing the wrong thing is doing the wrong thing. And you can read in the scriptures what's right and what's wrong. Ask yourself, if you were alive during the time of Noah, would you been on the boat? Now, many will say yes. But wait a second, though. I'm going to make it more interesting. We're not going to judge the circumstance based upon your word of mouth, your actions. What you up until like right now, we ain't saying what you going to do tomorrow. What you going to do tomorrow, what you going to do in the future. Your actions right now today are they worthy enough to where the Lord would have considered putting you on the boat? And you don't have to answer. If not, you're the reason why the flood. Not you are, but our people, the stuff that you doing, that's what they was doing. The Lord said, let me get it so you can see it. Go to the 6th chapter. And we're going to finish this. 6 and verse 5.
Genesis 6 and 5. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth.
So if the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, so he saw their sins, right? Okay, go ahead.
And that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth.
Okay, go ahead.
And it grieved him at his heart.
Right. So that's when he decided to do things. So you don't think that Noah was talking to people and they was turning old Noah down? It's like, yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know if I'm gonna come to that class though. Yeah, no, I got something to do. Yeah, I see you doing. You a good brother. I see what you're doing. They telling him how good he was. They supposed to be like him. You telling me, I put it in my time. You telling me how good I am. That's not helping me. They ain't even helping you. You supposed to be good. If you think I'm good, you supposed to be good too. So that they can help you. So did the Most High have something to compare the people up against? Yes. Jump down to verse 11, verse 9.
Verse 9. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation.
So what did the Most High compare people to? He had his laws, but he knew that it was possible because the laws had already been put into the earth from Adam and his descendants and Noah, whose dad was Lamech. Guess what? So people could do it. People chose not to do it. So you don't think that the Most High is actually seeing and comparing you? Even with people being in your vicinity and you seeing the light of the law in those people, it's telling the Most High that you're making a choice not to do it. Because you see the light. Are you hating the light and loving darkness? So now you tell me, would you would have had the spirit from the Most High to get on that boat, or would the Most High have hardened you? You can only evaluate yourself right in the now. Don't wink or blink or give me any notions on what you would have been. I would have been saying, Or no, I don't think I would have been. No, I don't want to hear it. I want you to reward yourself or afflict yourself. Judge yourself. And in all honesty, I will not precast my thought about you. Because if you ask me personally, I would want us all to be there. But being real and true to yourself, that's an honor that only 8 people received. And everybody else, every human being, he felt some type of way. And he killed them all. They had nowhere to go. It just rained, and the ground turned into mud. Stuff began to sink. And of course, they thought that eventually it'll stop. And they went to high ground. And then they climbed trees. And I'm sure people slipped from branches. It's all bad. People died. Read verse 11.
The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence.
He saw that, just like it is now, corrupted, full of violence. Whenever you argue, you're a violent person. Argument is the beginning of a fight. If you argue and you say grievous words, stir up strife. If you argue long enough, guess what, man? You're going to end up being violent. You're going to put your hands on somebody. Verse 12.
And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth.
Go ahead.
And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth.
I will destroy them with the earth. All right. So let's go back to Genesis 7 now. And now 21.
Genesis chapter 7 and verse 21. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man.
Go ahead.
All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land died. And every living substance was destroyed, which is upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven. And they were destroyed from the earth. Noah only remained alive.
Why? Noah only remained alive without turning back. Because you're supposed to learn to remember things. Why was Noah only remained alive? Uriah?
He was a just man. Throughout his generation, he was the only one that kept the commandments and kept the law of the Lord.
Okay. Go ahead, Javon.
He was perfect.
Okay. And what else? And one more.
Obedience.
That word wasn't there.
Righteous.
Righteous. He was righteous. So he was just, he was righteous, and what did you say?
Perfect.
He was perfect. Go back and look at it. So it was 6 and 9, right? He was a just man, and perfect. Righteous ain't there, but he was righteous. So just and perfect. Okay, so now go back to 7 and 23. So Noah only remained alive. So Israel, if you want to remain alive, I think you need to be trying to do how Noah was. I mean, now we following Christ, but guess what? This man listened to Christ while Christ was in the spirit, and he was found. What was it?
Just and perfect.
Just and perfect. This will get you on the boat. That means, remember how through the Spirit I was asking about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can't be sometime. If you sometime, you would have been flooded out. But when it came to you, listen, and then I'm gonna continue on. You don't want to be like, well, he gotta think, because I'm sure that there are other people that because if you let one person slide, then there's some other people that should be slide too, right? Right. So in order to make the cut, you gotta just go ahead and be just and be perfect. That's what Matthew 5:48 is saying. Be ye perfect. It's like Noah was perfect. And they that were in the ark with him, the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. That's a lot there. 150 days. It seems like it ain't gonna never stop raining. And in order to do the job, it's not talking about a spray or a little sprinkle. It's like a pour. Okay. So I think that's it. Where do we come from here? Isaiah 57. All right. So any questions? And we'll pick up Passover on Tuesday. That's no moon, right? Okay. Sorry. We can still go over it. So we will have class. And I'll stroll in here like supper time. Any questions online? What's this? Why did God have Moses using the rod to bring forth all of these plagues when he himself could have brought them forth without it, like he do till this day? Okay. So there's a question, guys. Why did the Most High have Moses use the rod to bring forth the plagues when he could have did it himself? Huh?
Because he was making Moses God on earth.
Because he was making Moses God on earth.
You just you can see him with that power.
He was proving his point through Moses. Exodus 9:16.
What is that?
It says, and in very deed for this cause I have raised thee up, for to shew in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth.
No, he did that to Pharaoh.
And
The question is, why did he use Moses? So the answer that both of y'all said was right. So, because the most I wanted to, he wanted to, he gave Israel leadership that they were supposed to have faith in, that they're supposed to follow, because there are so many things that was coming afterwards, and he had to be what the scripture saying, Hebrews, about the testator. How's it said?
First come the death of the testament.
Nine and
Nine and 16. So Moses was the mediator. Testator, Moses was the mediator between the people of Israel and the Most High God. And so by Moses being the mediator, the Most High had him to do the works. So that's what I would say. What book you reading from when you read about Noah? I was reading Genesis chapter 7 and Genesis chapter 6. Why also what? This why also. Oh, okay, this one also. All right. So Heads, did you hear the answer? Yes, Moses was definitely the mediator, and everything that was done between Israel and Israel was brought to the Most High from Moses. And so the Most High wanted to make sure that Moses was definitely accepted and respected. And so he was to people Godward. So Moses was like a God on earth to Pharaoh and to Israel. He was endued with the power of the Most High. But remember, as soon as it didn't get dealt with right, he got penalized severely for it. And so that's how we got to look at it. When we do things wrong, we get penalized severely. So we got to walk really, really circumspect. We have to walk in the fear of the Most High, because not walking in the fear of the Most High will definitely get you jacked up, penalized by the Most High for handling the word deceitfully, obtaining the word of the Most High, but doing the opposite. So yeah, we could glorify and praise Moses. He did a good job. He did wonderful works, but the Most High didn't play. Do we all know, without blurting out, why remember the Most High was going to kill him one time? Do everybody understand why the Lord was going to kill him? Okay. What's his name? Another. Why was the Most High going to kill him?
He didn't circumcise his son.
He didn't circumcise his son. Okay. So, Dewan, why was the Lord going to kill him?
He didn't circumcise his son. He was going to listen to his wife, I think.
You forgot. So I knew it was somebody. I found him in the crack. Okay. Obadiah, pineapple. I'm sorry. Oh, there's another one.
Because he was listening, he was gonna listen to his wife and not do it. But he took his time to do it. And almost I was gonna kill him for listening to the woman. Because I remember you explaining that.
Okay. Right. So I don't believe that he wasn't going to do it. I believe that he drug his foot on doing it. And so the way that the woman responded, it got done and she threw it at him. That shows you that he had to have been going to her about it and talking to her about it. And her conversation with him was putting up some resistance. And so when he forced it, now he didn't know that the Most High was going to do it, was going to kill him. The Most High ain't going to, let you know, yo, I'm about to kill you. A lot of times it doesn't happen like that. In your rebelliousness and in your security, you'll be destroyed. So listen to how it played out. He goes to the woman and said, we need to circumcise the child. A child is supposed to be circumcised the 8th day. The woman, I don't know, I'm ready to do that, little man, this, and this, that's kind of hurt him, this, that, and the third. He's like, listen, no, we got to do it. So by him listening unto the woman, and the woman has got him dragging his foot. Hey, man, I know what's her name? Oh, man, support, that's baby. You guys be calling these women like baby. Oh, she's so fragile. Her ass is rebellious. Oh, baby. What do you see? Oh, cupcake. So when you know that you're supposed to do something, you do not let the woman make you tarry, make you wait, alter you, pause. That's the text. You supposed to do what you supposed to do. Sisters, no righteous sister is going to do that. Get up out of that African American suit that you got on and become a listening Israelite Hebrew woman. To where a man is the head of your house. And you, yes, sir, no, sir. How so, sir? When, sir? When not, sir? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. And I love doing it, sir. I don't mind. You're more than welcome, sir. I can do it over again for you, sir. That's the scriptures. Talking back, all the stuff that you got, you finna get plagued by the Most High. Remember the one that killed everything that had breath in it, except what was right, that was just and perfect. That behavior ain't perfect. That means you gonna get killed by him, and you gonna get your man killed by him too. And then a woman to turn around and be like, "You shouldn't have listened to me then." Look at him. Straight up. They turn around and be like, "You shouldn't have listened to me then." Straight up. That's why I'm telling you. You gotta be. Right. A woman to be like, whenever you know you right and you trying to tell her, she'll end up saying, "Dude, you shouldn't have listened then." Well, you supposed to already know that I'm not saying be brutal, be disrespectful. I'm not saying be harmful. I'm saying just be respectfully adamant and say, "No, this is what got to happen," and then do what's got to do be done. Instead of losing the cool, being aggravated, irritated, and then give in to it so she can stop. Because that's what got Moses finna be killed. He knows when he's supposed to have done it at a sufficient time, the process of time. When it didn't happen, and then he had to go do it by force, he don't have that, and that wasn't in line, man. Most High he didn't like that. You're not to let a woman run you. So, the Most High made him like that. The Most High make you, the Most High can break you. There ain't no respect of persons. The scriptures say he sought to kill him. He gets judged very severely. Really, really severely. Then the next thing, he let Israel vex him. And speaking too fast. Their scripture said one is slipping in the speech but not from his heart. But vexation was in his heart. Excuse me, and knowing him, I really don't think that he was trying to steal the glory of the Most High. But because he didn't sanctify the Most High and he exalted himself in that position, that would give people, that would set an example. Like when you in your frustration, you can rail on people. You can put the Most High in the midst of it and then do that. And then come back and say, well, it's not my intention to exalt myself, but this is that and the third. And then you carry on with your life. But what you don't understand is you're gonna judge, there's a consequence that come from that. All of us are living and walking through judgments. Everybody alive. Now you got to start trying to realize and figure, why is these consequences on me? Why is these judgments on me? They're not on me because the Most High is just demonic, or the Most High is dreadful, but he don't know how to be pleasant and pleasing. These things are upon you because of certain things that you've done. You lost your cool. You forgot to sanctify him. Well, only one of us could talk. So that's it. We get judged really, really severely, and then I've learned it along the way. You'll see. You'll see. Because there's a leader in each and every last one of you. You better stop making him mess up, because you the person that's gonna bear the consequences for everything that you do, everything that you say, your reactions, your decisions, everything. You're gonna wish that you can rewind time, but you cannot rewind time. Enjoy every moment you get. Treat them as gold. Treat them better than gold. Love them. It's okay. Live life to the fullest and doing things that are right. Smile every chance you get. Love every moment. Embrace it. There'll be some times when now it's going to be you up to bed. And then all these things at Christ, you're going to have to bear his marks. They ain't on you now. But as you enter, you're going to bear him. He said, you're going to drink of his cup. That's true. You figure it out, though. That's between you and the Most High. It ain't on me. You're just going to recall the words. You say, yeah, I remember he was saying this. It's not saying you got to be broke up. It's saying that the drive and the will and the necessity and the requirement to be flawless, it's not as simple and easy as we think it is. As the older you get in spirit, the tests get harder and harder. You got to be built upon patience, even when Satan tells you you're not patient. You'll be challenged when there's no challenge there. You'll be tempted when you didn't think that you was tempted. I didn't even know that was temptation. Yeah. So that's it. Matthew 26.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 6. Now when Christ was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, to what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Christ understood it, he said unto them, why trouble ye the woman, for she hath wrought a good work upon me? For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she had poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this that this woman had done be told for a memorial of her. I want to give all praises to the Most High for sending this woman Mary with a broken and contrite spirit to come and comfort Christ before his burial. And the Lord said, wheresoever the gospel is to be preached, this too that this woman hath done be told for a memorial of her. The Lord's communion, 1 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 23. For I have received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord the Christ, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, take, eat, this is my body which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner also he took the cup when he had supped, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as often as ye drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. But let a man examine himself, and so let him eat of that bread and drink of that cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself, not discerning the Lord's body. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep. For if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged. But when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we should not be condemned with the world.
This is Mix.
One police story.
Can't tell us nothing, man. All right, Israel. Most high in the name of Christ, thank you for the food and drink, amen.
Amen.
All right, this is body which is broken for you. This is blood. Okay, Israel, so that's it. Let's go. We're going to stand and face Jerusalem. Okay, Israel.
If every man was just like me, what kind of sanctuary would this be?
The Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6:9. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The laborer's prayer, Luke 10:2. Therefore said he unto them, the harvest truly is great, but the labors are few. Pray therefore the Lord of the harvest that he will send forth labors into his harvest. Bless you, Most High, King of heaven and earth, and all things Most High, in the name of the Christ. Send more disciples and teachers to your harvest, to gather your people Israel, and send counsel behind your laws, to stand before that people Israel. Give to us strength to break down our lives with that word. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
The blessing of Israel. Numbers chapter 6:24. Children of Israel, the Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Okay, children of Israel, bless one another. Hey, Javon, you brought your horn. Let me hear you sound.
Can I keep a secret from your mom? You know, you don't know what I do. Oh, I'm sorry.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, see, the question is, it's talking about a person on the street.
you see people.
I mean,
Hey, Mike, you might got trash here. You got it. Trash. I'm lying. I'm straight Jake. I used to get a pin on people like you mix. I'm on my deal. How you doing, sis? What's up with
I don't know what to tell
Miss Katina.
Right, I'm sure. Hey, good looking, bro. Good looking, bro. Hey, look, I bit my tongue and you said it. I was like, yeah, that's right.
It's the break.
So wait, what's something going on?
Jay.
Hey, bro.
Tomorrow, I'll send out a text. Tomorrow. You work tomorrow? Okay. No. What time tomorrow? You do? No, like literally, because on that only day I can go to the grocery store. It's not gonna be until after 6. 6 already? Okay. Hey, Shalom.
She disappeared.
Shalom, Israel. What? I gotta get my stuff back.
Yeah. Are you still at Hey, Kassan, I need to ask you something too.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Let me get back. Let me get back.
Hey, my bad. I left the live on. What's up? No sign. Bless y'all. All right, sis, you are more than welcome. All right, y'all. Good night.